slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Bull Barbie and Nick Does Futures. Happy Friday!
It's Friday. It's Friday.
It is Friday. How are you guys feeling?
I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Compliance. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Can't get on me. I'm doing well. How about you?
Good. I am good. My throat feels a little scratchy. Hopefully, I don't get sick. Hoping not.
Yeah, my kids' throats are scratchy right now.
Oh no.
I'm just sick. I haven't gotten sick yet, so I'm like, come on, bring it on. I know it's coming. You know.
It's the fall cold is going around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's no fun. Barbie, how about you? You know we got 3-day weekend this week.
So I have a 4-day weekend. But that's okay.
Oh, you off Tuesday?
Yeah, I'm not going to be here Monday either. So let everyone know.
It's Columbus Day on Monday, so yeah, I won't either.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we don't. No, never mind. Personal.
Oh, well, I'm taking off after this, but
something fun, I hope.
Yeah, she's been in the hospital all weekend.
I mean, my mom's in the hospital, so not real fun.
Oh no, Barbie.
We're dealing with this yesterday, but
oh.
Well, hopefully we can catch a good setup today.
Yeah. Yes. Who would like to go first, Nick or Barbie?
Let's see. Yeah, I'll go first. I'm pulled up here.
Thanks, Nick.
Bing, bing, boom. So daily chart here. We had a pretty big sell-off yesterday. That moved down into that 4-hour gap that I was talking about. So I had this marked off. It came down into it, but we did not get the reaction away from it until later in the day or in Asia. However, the good thing is it did not reach our draw for the week, for the day, or whatever. So my low-hanging fruit targets, I'm actually going to go to this chart right here because it's just a little bit cleaner. My low-hanging fruit is for price to reach these Asia highs at 25,355. That's also relative equal with London highs as well. And then obviously all-time highs up here. So they say this is previous day high because it was in Wednesday Asia session. So all-time highs is previous day high, depending on how you look at it. In terms of, I think, those options players and stuff like that, it's actually, it was 2 days ago, or maybe it's been yesterday. Doing well, let's see, what is the all-time high? Anyway, I'm looking for 25,394 for price to deliver to today. And then if you go out to ES is a lot weaker than NQ. I'm sorry, ES did not trade through this 4-hour gap, which I was hoping for, and even the 1-hour gap. So it hasn't inversed this completely to the upside. I still like these Asia and London relative equal highs on ES to get taken. I don't know if ES can get to this all-time high today, but you know, that's what I'm going to be looking for. That level is at 67.92. And NQ 25,355. Another thing that you could look for this morning is if we don't get that displacement through here, which I don't see why we would it? If we don't get that displacement through here up to all-time highs, what it could do is come up and run out these highs and then go lower into, just kind of come back into the range from, you know, the week, right? Because we haven't really expanded much for the week. So you could see something like this on ES where it comes back and respects this 1-hour gap right here after it runs Asia and London highs at 67.92. I don't want that to happen. I'd much rather just go higher. I think this is the best look I've gotten all week in terms of waking up, looking at the charts, Like to me, I don't really see lower, especially after this move down at 5 a.m. We've already almost retraced it. We inversed the gap from that time. So I'm only really looking at higher prices on that. Let me look at gold. Gold looks like it is okay. Actually, this looks pretty solid right now. Gold hourly. I marked off this IFEG last night during Asia session. I wanted to see us close above it and then come back into it like it's doing right now. Let me see what this looks like right now. Remember, we do have news at 10 a.m. But if we get a strong couple of candles right here and we get a close above 40.10 on gold, you could look to target back up to that London high and then maybe even a previous day high and some of these swing points that left from yesterday. But we got to see displacement higher on that. But this is a really good area I like on gold. Someone just pinged me. Oh, no, some random platform. So yeah, I really like golds from this area at 4,002. And I want to see it reach London high at 40.20. And obviously another swing point could be 40.46. So just demand strong displacement. It is Friday. However, this is the only day with AM news. So, I'm actually a little bit excited for this, but I'm going to take in mind that I don't do the best on Fridays as well. I'm going to take into account that I know I don't do the best on Fridays. So I'm not going to get, too giddy about it. Why don't this drag? Okay, cool. So yeah, that's pretty much all I'm looking at. I'm bullish on just about gold and indices. If someone wants me to check out, was there anything else? Oh yeah, oil. My oil people. My landman over here. Let's see what they want me to do here. It looks like oil is falling off a cliff. I wonder if it came into that gap I have marked off. Okay, so it didn't touch the. Okay, this is actually a good follow through here. I'd like to see this daily candle close below this low, because this would mean that we're not, in a consolidating market any longer. So this could be pretty nice here. Looks like it just sort of died off here right at 9 a.m. So really no opportunity for a short unless you got short during London or during Asia last night, but not really on my watch list. Just wanted to point it out for the people that are doing that one. But yeah, gold and indices probably prefer more just because I have some clear draws that I think price could reach to, which is previous day high and the Asia and London relative equal highs. And I want to see how we move above those levels. I want to see strong displacement above them. If not, we could be looking to frame a short back to previous day low, since this 1 hour gap is right here as well. So yeah, just something to watch for. That's about it for me, though.
Thank you, Nick. Barbie, what are you thinking this morning?
Well, I did get to the computer a little bit late, but I don't think it actually really matters because we're in the same range in the same little box. But what I'm kind of looking at is, I drew this box. This is basically where we've been since the shutdown, honestly. And we're really, we need a reason to get out of it. But in the meantime, what I can tell is that the market is still bullish. That's whether I look at ES or NASDAQ or, really anything. Everything's still pretty bullish. We do have the all-time high that was put in the after hours, both on ES and NASDAQ. That's a really obvious target. So Nick was kind of looking at the same thing, I think. But if you've got a chart like this where we've been inside of a range and now we're really holding in the top half, and if you, I don't have the volume profile pulled up, but I was glancing at it, we're above the we're hanging around the top of the range of yesterday's value area. So like all of these are just, it keeps gravitating higher. Like that's where the magnet is. Everything just wants to pull the market up. So it's the same kind of thing where I'm looking to buy the dip, always looking to buy the dip. So the levels that I'm kind of watching, we keep kind of watching we were calling it the 6.7 level. So that one's down there still, but I don't even know if we're, it would, if we're full bull, we're just going to kind of keep testing higher. That is kind of the obvious level to check lower. So if we do get lower, that's a decent one to buy. But really what we're holding right now is kind of that 78.80 level. So I'm taking note of that also. It's just, I don't necessarily want to buy these highs and things. This is setting up like a launch pad, like it's ready to explode. But the problem is we don't have the catalyst that we normally have. Although these are on today. So this comes from the University of Michigan, not from the government. So we will get consumer sentiment and inflation. And I think because it's really the only data point we've had this week, they could actually make a decent move in the market, higher or lower if we don't like it. But if we don't like the numbers, where's it going to go? Probably the bottom of the range. And if it likes it, it's probably going to go test the top part of the range and those highs. When the market puts in all-time highs in the after hours, it really likes to revisit those whenever it gets an opportunity. So we're still kind of looking for that opportunity, the same thing I was looking for yesterday. I also try to look at the perspective of if you're green this week, this is kind of a lower, I don't want to say lower, it's not lower probability, but maybe a lower opportunity where there isn't as much meat on the bone. So if you're already green for the week, it's a really good time to just either play small or, you don't want to you don't ever want to jeopardize that green. Profits aren't realized until you actually get it until you actually get a payout from it. So you've really got to protect those profits until you get your payouts done. And Fridays can be a little bit tricky anyway. And it's good to just wait for that top setup. And maybe we aren't going to get it today. Maybe we are, but I'm still just going to be in that same mode where we're kind of looking to buy the dip unless everything falls apart. And if everything falls apart, that's really going to be around 67.50. So, we might get a warning losing the 67.68 or, 67.67 area. But it's really, if we lose 67.50, that's where the shorts will start going off for everybody who's like, man, this market's bullish. We can just buy all the dips. No big deal. Their stops are going to largely be below this major support, since that's where we've been trading since the government shut down. So that's where the major bearish play starts. If you want to look for a smaller one, it would just be kind of losing these levels up here. Otherwise, I'm really favoring buying the dip until anything changes. Nothing has changed yet.
Thanks, Barbie. Dip, baby, dip. What are you guys thinking in chat? Are you thinking you're looking for longs or shorts today, or no trades? Let us know. Type in L if you're looking for longs. Type in S if you're looking for shorts, and type in N. No trades today. Oh, and there's a poll. Today is Friday. I heard you say protect your account, Barbie. Protect that.
Yeah, I find at least I know I've seen this in our community too. It's not just me, but Fridays are that day where you try to put that last little cherry on top or finish off a goal, and you're trading that goal or that plan or that profit instead of the charts, and just trying to make a quota or whatever. And that's not the way trading works, and that's not the way the market works. So just kind of a reminder that if you're doing good, because we've had some good days this week, and that's the way I look at it. If I've had good days this week, I don't have to put all this pressure on myself on a Friday. I should just get my morning trades done and then go, live life.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Nick, you agree?
Yeah, 100%. However, I do like to take it one day at a time, because I do feel I haven't had the best week in terms of frequency in terms of the trading, but I do feel good about the setups today potentially. It's just it does suck that it is on a Friday, but I could care less. I mean, it's just something in the back of my mind. But it's all the same thing, right? Anything can be anything else.
That is true. I mean, you don't want to discount any opportunities for sure. Yeah. And it might kind of be in my mood a little bit too. I know, I've got a lot going on, so I'm going to be a lot more cautious about my own trades today.
Mhm.
But the way I see it, like this market keeps inching up higher in this little tight range. And so we lose a little bit of that meat on the bone every time until we get a breakout. So I am pretty interested to see what happens with the news at 10, if that gets us in a better setup. The way I'm looking at this right now, we're right in the middle of a range. And that's a little bit dangerous. So I have to, I want to be extra cautious. But yeah, if the setup's there, I don't like to put pressure, especially later on in Fridays when the market just like, I feel like structure and setups fall apart more on Fridays. And especially if somebody's going on a longer weekend this weekend, if they're not coming to work on Monday, they're going to probably be wrapping it up a little bit earlier. So I try to think about that because I want to be riding the wave with the big dogs and not just trying to pick up all these little scraps. So just
Yeah,
hopefully a little
100%.
perspective. Yeah, let's not miss anything.
You guys, did you guys see the news about our rocket scooter Matt?
I did
From our
not.
Yeah, I'm
show?
not caught up. Let us know.
Oh, we can share my screen. I
Okay, yeah.
have a picture of the leaderboard. He is #1 still. And today is the very last day of the trading in the competition. So if he wins today, stays ahead, or just, these people kind of struggle, he will finish in first place and win the whole thing.
What's he win?
He wins $10,000 prize cash money, and then he also wins a trip to the BDH and to trade with Patrick Whelan.
Okay, that'll be cool.
Right?
He's got a pretty good distance from the next guy too. I had to zoom in to look at it because of the coloring, but he's got a nice little lead there. So yeah, I bet he can trade smart and hold on to that.
Right? And he has a ton of trading competition experience. So my money is
Yeah, he
definitely
really
on
likes the
that.
competitions. I think he's very competitive.
He likes kind of the like the people talking to him, like the trash talk. I kind of like it too.
Oh,
though.
the shit talking. He's
Yeah,
been into that lately. I've
I
noticed.
like it too, but trading is kind of important to me in terms of like income. So like, I don't really like to like. It's already hard enough you versus you, and then adding competition sometimes.
Mm.
But I mean, they're cool though. That is definitely pretty awesome, for sure.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
everyone cheer Matt on today. Hopefully he brings home the trophy.
Did I see
Go,
he's
Matt.
starting another one in a couple of days?
Oh, he is?
I don't know. I just saw somebody in chat talking about another one already. But I mean, he does well. So obviously it's fun when you're doing well.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see how many he can get on how many notches
Bring
he can
back
get on
for
his
the
belt this
team,
year.
bro. It's like, yeah. So I don't see no other platform or YouTube channel bringing back so many wins. You know what I mean? Like
Right?
you and him both. I'm not gonna include myself because it was like an internal one. So I'll let y'all have it. Plus y'all win actual real cash money. It looks like he's about to, and you. So
Yes. Hopefully he wins.
all I won was bragging rights. I haven't even flexed them that much.
Yeah, you haven't even used those bragging rights at all.
Yes, we love to win on our show for sure. So Ninja is doing another trading competition, and the winner of that competition, you advance into a championship, and then in that championship you can win $100,000 in prize money. So that'll be a really big one that's coming up. If you're interested in that one, you can go check out arena.ninjatrader.com. Yeah. Nick, do you think you're going to compete? No?
And the
In that
ninja one, I
Yeah.
didn't know until you said. Well, actually, is that the one everyone's kind of posting on Twitter right now?
Yeah, yep.
Okay,
I think
yeah, I
Tanya
haven't
posted
really looked
it.
into it too much. I have too much going on. I'm going to LA next week, and
Yeah.
I'm not really. I just don't have a whole I don't really care for those that much. They're
Yeah.
fun, but
It's not your thing.
no, but
They do take a lot of time, you guys. So if you sign up, be prepared. If you want to win or if you want to be on that leaderboard, it is intense.
That's the hard thing for me is I have to like schedule it and make sure that I can spend a lot of time because I want to do well and I want to take all the trades. Like my normal trading is I'll just get a few things here and there because I'm busy and I always want to like sit down and like really take it seriously.
Yes, exactly, Barbie, 100%. When I was in the Ninja one where I play 7th on, it was like around the clock. I barely slept each day because you're trying to catch every good move and you're competing against like the best of the best. So it is,
You know what I'm doing? I'm doing
yeah.
an arena, and it probably, I don't even know if it shows up yet, but I'm doing one just for the FOMC day, because one day we'll do it. But
Fun.
we're gonna do a smash or pass on my channel for FOMC.
Barbie, that sounds so fun. I can't wait. Just like a one-day thing, and then we can all participate and then just take a nap later. Like,
Yeah. I've never traded 5 days in a 5-day trading competition, like, ever. So
it's a lot.
I was
Yeah,
trying to plan it for the busy people.
I love it. All right, 6 minutes until the market is going to open. MyFundedFutures is reminding us about the prelim consumer sentiment numbers at 10.
Yeah, 10 o'clock is when we need to watch out for those. And, usually those will move the market for a second, and like they'll just hit a stop or something and then kind of back to business. I'm wondering if, because the market has had nothing and it's been a data desert, that this is just going to be that one little suck of water that everybody needs, and the market's going to have a overreaction.
Mm.
We'll see. We can hope, right?
Yes, hope for some good movements.
I'm actually watching gold here. I want to see how we close on the 15-minute candle. This is actually moving very, very nicely away from this gap. I will probably set 925, 930. So in 5 minutes, this candle's about to close. I could enter on the wick or with a body. It doesn't matter to me. But I'm anticipating higher on gold, like I said earlier. So this could be a play for me. It's just something to watch here. Gotta wait for the candle close, even because I didn't like. If you want to enter on the 5 minute, you would have wanted this 920 candle to close above 4010.6, and it hasn't done that yet. So just wait for the 930 open. I don't. Yeah, this is. Let me go to a 15-minute real quick. Yeah, no, I may enter on the off the wick as well, because we could go body. Yeah, something like this is what I'm probably gonna play on gold.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see indices. Yeah. So yeah, let me know if you guys were looking at that too. Move this over.
Gold, with gold, Nick, I've heard a lot of traders say that they're afraid to trade gold. Is that because of the contract size or just like very volatile moves?
Well, I think most traders trade like the lower time frames, like the sub 5 minute, and gold on those time frames is very scary. So I like to go like 5 and 15 and up.
And then do you trade full size contracts or are you trading the micros?
It just sort of depends on the volatility. On this trade right here, on this trade right here, I'll probably either take 10 micros or 1 mini. I'll probably take 10 micros just to scale out and things like that. The worst thing in the world is like trying to take a partial and you realize you only have one contract. You're like, oh shoot. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
and then you're kind of in this like situation where you do something you shouldn't, right? Like you either cut it too early or you just kind of hold it when you could be profiting if you just took micros. But some people say if you're not very profitable or you're never going to be a millionaire trading if you trade micros, which is dumb. But I do watch everything on the continuous contract charts on TradingView though. I don't watch those micro charts because those can move a little different. I've seen candle closures on micros that I haven't seen on the continuous. Plus, these are obviously a lot more liquid. So, not a very good close. This is why we wait for candle closure here. You don't want to see something like this happen where it takes out the high and then wicks lower. This is something too that you could look for on indices. If we take this high out, Asia and London relative equals, and it starts to do some move lower here.
Thank you, Nick.
course.
So we are just trading below VWAP right now in NQ. And we shall see. Market is only 11 points from yesterday's New York price.
That's right.
Trading within middle of the range from overnight.
9.4 for 70. Yeah. Yeah, so I want to see that close on the 15-minute.
on the gold. What will be your trigger price?
A close above 40.10.6.
40.10.6.
I just don't. Gold's one of those things. Like I was talking about earlier. Like she just likes to leave without me. Like she don't really give me a chance to take her out anymore. She's got this new boy. His name's Silver, and he just runs with him all the time. So, yeah, I'm really gonna be watching this one. I mean, the 5-minute will close above. And by the way, these commodities opens at 9:30 anyway. Ding, 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 boom. Opens at 9 a.m. anyways, so that's why sometimes I'll enter at 9:30 on these.
Market is open. Good luck, everyone. Patience. I can hear your voice, Barbie, every time I think patience. It pays.
My Discord is in Applied Digital, so I know we're watching that one this morning.
What's happening with Applied Digital?
Just a little bit of a pump.
Nick, do you see that between Canada and London?
Ooh,
definitely some profit taking on this overnight move.
Look at that.
Good one there. Yes, this is the 15-minute, so this is overnight here. We closed around 28, and now it's fallen off of 38. Yeah, definitely some profit taking there. We'll see if it holds this support up here.
I saw some people became millionaires from AMD calls.
Yeah, no, that was insane.
Yeah.
I was looking at those because it was like a $30 option went up to $6,000 overnight. I'm always curious about that.
Holy smokes. It must have been so far away, like as far as the expected move, right?
Yeah.
For it to.
That's why I got in one of those once, and it's like my favorite trade ever, and I'll always remember it. It's like where you're just kind of at the right, like you have a hunch, but then you're at the right place at the right time, and it does like way more than you're expected.
Yeah.
Hopefully everyone gets one of those in their time trading.
All right, so we just took the Asia and London highs on ES.
Ooh.
Very bullish.
Yeah, I think it knows where it wants to go to. Gold looks like it's turning around. That's why you wait for candle closure on gold, right? 15 and the 5 failed to close above my level, so no trade.
I'm kind of watching that 40-20 level. Let's see if it gets over that a little bit. It looks like it could be a mess before that.
Let's see. We did have a low sweep. I would have liked for it to take out this low from 845, but I understand why it didn't. Let's see. Yeah, ES definitely stronger, which is like on NQ on the higher time frames is stronger. ES on the lower time frames is stronger. So that's why it's always important to pay attention to which one you're trading.
So the poll results: 56% voted for longs, 22% voted no trades, and then 22% voted for looking for shorts.
Oh yeah, and also we have 10 a.m. news, people. 10 a.m.
Yep.
Actually, some numbers. So that'll hopefully will be exciting.
Ooh,
Yeah,
look
one
at
of the
that
markets
wick.
should be so happy just to have some numbers that it's like, oh wow.
Mhm.
Like it's a mirage in the desert. Oh, is that numbers I see?
100%.
Thirsty.
Let's see. We got about another minute to this candle's about to close on the 5-minute. If we get a close above here, I'm going to set my limit at 40.10.6. The 15-minute looks like it's expanding. A lot of times you'll see that. Like it'll be like a quick little whipsaw at 9:30 on gold, and then they'll start going to where it wants to go. So I got to see the 5-minute. 5-minute close above this level. I'd like for it to close pretty strong, but let's see. Yolanda, 25,348. What's the news at 10? It's PMI, right? Yeah, Chicago PMI, I believe.
It's
We wish there's no PMI with the
wish.
government closed.
Yeah, the
It's consumer
prelim.
sentiment.
Yep.
Okay. My limit's in on gold, so let's see what happens. 40.10.6.
All right, let's go. Hopefully that'll move. The markets are looking kind of slow.
Wow, someone's looking for
At least they're moving in the same direction today.
Yeah, wasn't the case earlier this week. Let's set my alert here. I got tagged in, so let's see if we can get a move to the upside.
Let's go.
Yeah, target's 40.29. So I'm gonna pull this over to the hourly now, just so kind of 9:30 from yesterday.
Internet Explorer, I think they're going to kind of go on their regular schedule where they have unemployment on Thursdays and all that, but it'll be a catch up. So they'll put whatever the latest number is, which might be a new one, and then they'll update the old ones. But they're always doing revisions too. So we're going to get those revisions and the new numbers and the catch up numbers. Should be a wild ride.
Wow, Nick took a trade. Let's go. Yeah,
We're going to start
you should
calling
be
you I
tuning
Can Trade.
Yeah, you should be tuning in more, bro. Never seen Nick take trade, dude. Like, what do y'all? This was like first time watching the stream. Let's see. I set some orders here. 20, 15, 7.5.
We were talking about this the other day. Like everyone wants that 80% win rate, but they also want to take 20 trades a day. That's usually not how it works.
I'm good. It's 20.7. Yeah, I literally had someone join leave Discord. Like Nick went 1-3 on the week. This is a couple of weeks ago. He went 1-3 on the week. He barely finished above profit. I was like, whoa. Let's break down that statement. Nick went 1 for 3 on the week and barely went above break even. Like, bro, if you went 1-3 on the week, you're probably blowing your account or going on tilt and blowing multiple accounts.
Yep.
There's
Majority of
1,600 on
people are.
ES.
Mm-hmm. The best traders are the control traders. I've noticed it's not taking a gazillion trades. It's very selective trades, and then if you're the red is small red. It's not like these massive red days. Yeah.
Yeah. I do know ball, bro.
You should play with little balls, though, right? Golf balls. Maybe we'll get him some bigger balls. Get him playing basketball. All right. All-time highs coming. We'll see.
Ooh,
Let's see. Oh my gosh. Yeah, indices are pumping here.
pumping.
Yeah, we just hit the century figure on ES, exceeded it a little bit, so we're at the top of that range. But we can still, we got that high at 68.12 and a quarter, and then on Nasdaq it's 394, so almost there.
Hmm.
Ooh, Nasdaq is really close. The semis are not hurting right now, so.
I will say I am on here from 9 to 10, so like I will only have like 30 minutes to catch a trade with you guys. Majority of my trades do come past 10 a.m. I will say that is to be fair, chat. I'll give y'all some grace on those comments. Bro, do you have another ear infection? I'll be right back. I get this dog's cone.
Oh no.
Cone of
Ooh.
shame.
NQ is just pushing. This is the second green candle. Is it the second or the third?
I did take a small eval trade. I wasn't going to, but did take a little bit on that pump.
Nice.
I got something done. I wasn't going to trade today. But yeah, we're right at that century. So this is kind of a natural spot for it to think about it in a minute, see if it's really going to go for those all-time highs. I'm wondering if that's why NASDAQ is looking a little bit stronger, is it's not really bound by such things as a century mark.
Go Barbie.
I don't usually trade those first candles, but what is that clean?
And that's just from experience of reading level 2 and everything, like all the data that's coming in.
It's all the things a little bit. Yeah, I try to get in and out of those so fast. Like that's why I can't even get up on the screen fast enough. But oh, we got is the cone situated? We got the cone.
Oh yeah, he's not good, but he's down there like shaking his head and stuff, trying to like I don't know what they try to do, but yeah.
This Aussie, I get, like dogs have their special spot for this Aussie that I rescued. Her spot is her ears, so if you rub her ears, she starts like moaning inappropriately.
Oh yeah, well the other dog does that. He don't like his ears touched, but I find
it
weird.
She loves it.
Yeah, I find it weird because he's always the one with ear infections.
Oh, your wife does that too. Okay, just for her ears, got an ear thing going on.
Internet Explorer, man, that logo gives me flashback. Wow,
relic.
I did hear they retired AOL.
Oh wow, really?
Oh, yeah.
I have so many friends with like an AOL, like Patrick at AOL or something like that. So I wonder what they're gonna do. Let's see. Nothing in the chat. Yeah, Nick is yellow. Yeah, my wife called me a highlighter this morning. I was like, oh wow. I was like, go Ducks though. I mean, we got a big game tomorrow versus Indiana. Georgia Auburn tomorrow at 7:30. Let's pull one from my boy AOL. Did you watch the Eagles Giants? I did, dude. Giants kicked their ass. Holy cow. I could not believe that. Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo is like the exciting whites. Yeah, NQ is just moving. I didn't have an opportunity on here. I wanted to see us just run out a low, which I thought you usually get at 9:30. You get some sort of manipulation. And obviously we have news at 10 for that. But holy cow, to not see that.
Yeah, it just ripped.
And what I'll be watching now that we're about to get this is the 15-minute. And this was the trade I caught on Wednesday or Tuesday. It just put in a 15-minute gap before it hit wherever it wanted to hit. And then it just pulled back into it. And then I just caught the retracement in there. So I'm not too worried about it. If it runs all-time highs without me, then I'm just gonna have to deal with it. I have seen on Fridays when you have all-time highs in place and it runs out those all-time highs, it usually keeps going. I've noticed on Fridays. So just be mindful of that.
Now we're getting sports trash talking.
What's that?
Now we're getting the sports trash talking in the chat. Here we go.
Oh yeah, people said the Eagles trash this year. Yeah, I will say it's been tough. Yesterday was a tough day for Philly sports. The Phillies got knocked out. That pitcher, I don't know what he was thinking, and then the Eagles got dominated, which is pretty rare. Nick in QES 1 hour SMT. Let me check that out. I think you're talking about that one down. I don't know which SMT you're talking about. Maybe the one at the high. Oh, London up here. I don't really count that. Like maybe we'll look at it once the candle closes at 10 o'clock. But to me, I ain't looking lower, man. Especially these first 15 minutes. Like maybe lower for a pullback, but nah. Like I knew this was coming. It's just a matter of can I catch a ride?
Here it goes. All-time highs recoming.
It's going.
I mean, it's less than 20 points to NASDAQ.
393 is the all-time highs on NASDAQ.
10 points on ES. Less than that now. My charts are telling me not to do things too. They're starting to flash and freak out.
What's that one?
Oh, congrats, Dan Trades. Just passed my free core eval from yesterday.
Let's go. Those are the lucky ones.
I love it.
That's the one. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff there.
And Cheater, to answer your question, the pullback was at like 4 a.m. Looks like. Hopefully we'll get another one.
Miguel asked a great question. Do you guys prefer to trade these all-time highs, times, or other types of market conditions?
I mean, it don't really matter. I mean,
there's opportunities everywhere.
Yeah. Like I do think I think mainly the biggest thing is just having news, right? Like even if you're trading at all-time highs, like overnight it goes lower, news manipulates a little lower, and then you just start pushing up back towards those all-time highs. It's fine. It kind of sucks when it runs the all-time highs and you don't have nothing else to target. That's probably the one thing I don't like about it. Like if I want to take a trade in here and it runs out this high, the only thing is I'm trading like I don't have anything to target in terms of like actual numbers, like actual levels that price has been to before. That's the only thing I would say that sucks about trading all-time highs. But I mean, it is what it is. Like you're just gonna have to, you know.
It does set up some plays sometimes just being there, but so does not being at all-time highs.
Yeah.
The nice thing about this market, is, at least as an options and a swing trader and just buying things, is like you can just buy lows and you can throw darts at a low, buy it, and you're probably good. And we couldn't do that a few years ago. I was, in options, we're doing a lot of puts, and you're really having to balance the longs and the shorts. Right now, I've been able to be kind of lazy and just be a longs trader for the most part and just take the really obvious shorts. So in that way, I mean, it's kind of easy. You can be a little bit lazy and just lean into one side. When I first started, that was like 2020, 2021. There was a whole lot going on and we were really far from the all-time highs. And I was honestly wondering, like, what is it like to trade like a real bull market that's always up? I just couldn't even imagine it. And here we are. But I mean, I think it was harder trading in 2021, but also I was new. But I do think it was harder just because you had to really do more analysis, and now you can just kind of look for the analysis of where we have to buy. And we know there's not a short, right? Like at least I have a rule against just shorting the all-time high. So then I already know I don't have to short there.
So close to making
Corey, do you have
all-time new highs.
Corey, do you have an account per phone? Is that how you're doing that with all these phones? Corey's wild.
Good morning, Ash. Ash is in the house. Ash said, constantly making new all-time highs for 4 straight years. So true.
Oh my God, I'm an idiot. So I had my broker
I
pulled
was
up.
supposed
I
to say,
didn't
do you
have
want
my
me to
trade
comment on
copy.
that?
I had my broker pulled up. I didn't have my trade copier logged in, so I took the gold trade. I only took it on one account. I just got stopped out, but I was wondering. I was like, why don't I see more red here? Because I'm red.
Oh, then that was a lucky accident. Good
That was a
job.
lucky accident. I got to log in all these things. You're about to hear some beeping going off. Holy cow. That's funny.
Corey says he does use a different phone for each account. I can see that now because that's how I have it. I have it set up per chart. So he's got a chart per phone per account. That's kind of cool.
That is cool. That's the secret, because it can be very difficult trading multiple accounts off of one phone. Like I've made so many execution errors doing that. Crap.
Yeah, and I've not been running my copy trader very much. I just have it connected to my live account, so because that's where the very best trades go. I've been taking it more. I've been trying to plan more for making sure that this account needs a little bit more love. This account's done for the week. I've been trying to play it a little bit better like that, and
Yeah.
I've been kind of wondering how you manage all this stuff on different devices.
Let's see. We connect this one. Connect to the demo account. Which account was that? Oh yeah.
I did hop in a short with just one micro.
That's hilarious.
One micro, you guys, it's already up like $50. It's like, what?
Nice work. That's what I mean. I don't think people should be afraid of the micros. Plus, you can just start with one, see how that feels, see if that was boring or not,
Yeah.
and add, and then find your little sweet spot.
Of
You don't
course.
want to be freaking out with red, and that's one way you can tell it is just kind of adding. Yeah, here's some pullback for y'all.
Ooh.
Why did you long with that resistance on gold? So with gold, I had relative equal highs for price to reach up into. I don't know what resistance you're talking about. I mean, looking at the 4-hour chart, 4-hour and the daily price kind of pulled back into a level I was watching. It was responding pretty nicely on that. And then even the move up from this morning during 4 a.m. And then look at all these relative equal highs to target as well. So this was textbook setup for me. I got lucky for sure. I only lost 1 out of 10 accounts. So 5, and then the 15-minute what I was looking for was for price to get above here on the 5 or the 15-minute. And so the 5 is where I entered off of. Price came above here, retested, was looking for a move higher, just didn't get it. We also have news at 10 o'clock, so maybe we get that pullback on indices. We keep that 15-minute gap, and then we catch a trade. But yeah, no, I'm pretty bullish on gold. I mean, I don't see why else I would be anything else, just unless I get a couple more daily candles to the downside. But haven't really got any of those. Let's see, any other questions?
Oh, I just realized I was muted. The price of gold right now is making the price of the gold Rolex super expensive.
That's
anyone
how
who's
that
shopping,
works.
anyone who's shopping for that gold Rolex.
That's any gold right now. It's gold rings, Gold change. You got to get your gold grills. All that's up right now. I just want gold bars. Just give me gold bars.
Ooh. I've never held a gold bar before. That would be fun to hold. I was reading a story in the Market Wizard where one of the guys, like during the, I think it was the 87 crash, like I think it was in October maybe. it was a major market crash, and he said he went to the bank and withdrew like all of the money, and then was like had gold bars, like a ton of gold bars, and was walking home with gold bars in his coat. Just because of the amount of fear in during some of these crashes, market crashes.
Of course, Kazan, for sure. Yeah, indices looks like it's doing some it's pulling some FAFO right now, trying to catching people trying to play the long all-time highs, and then just completely reverses. Remember, we had 10 a.m. news in 5 minutes as well. Mercedes gold horseshoe drop before Nick goes to draw down. Man, I'm getting more haters. I must be doing something right. Of course, Nick. I swear to God, bro, I only had one account. I lost $491 on this account. I did not have my copier set up. My copier, it takes up a lot of it lags a lot, so I really don't like to open it to like post 9:30 because I don't want the stream to lag. But I have my broker pulled up, so you know, that would have sucked if it would have worked out though. I would have been very mad.
Yeah,
What
it
up,
really
Pat?
is the big picture, like with the big picture as far as your entire portfolio of accounts, right? Like, so I did something new that's different. Yesterday I added up all of my accounts, a specific type. I added them all together in a spreadsheet so that I could see, like, oh, you know what? I ended the day only negative about like $300. It's like that whole big picture, right? It's so easy, like
Yeah,
as traders, to just look at like one account. I
get
did go,
short-sighted. Yeah.
yeah, I did go negative like over $3,000 in that one account, but the whole entire portfolio, I ended the day red just by about $300. So it is, I think, easy to lose that perspective, and it's just one trade or one account out of many, depending on how many you're trading. Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah, I saw you tweet that out yesterday. I didn't dive too far into it, but yeah, I knew you probably explained it here on the stream. So yeah, that's a good way. That's a good way to do it, though, for sure. When you think about the total drawdown,
Right? Yeah, it's so easy to lose sight of that. And then I know I've experienced it before where that's losing one account can send me on tilt. So I'm thinking like putting it all together, and it's going back to what both of you have taught us on stream, that like this is a business, and it's like, okay, let's look at the numbers. Let's really look at it and manage the business well.
right? Yeah, no, it's definitely. Oh, my stream.
30 free read.
Lick grab 30. LIQ grab 30.
Let us know if you got it. So this got it.
One.
Nice, good stuff. Got it. George got it. Kane got it. Pocket trades. Damn, a lot of people got that. Verification gotcha. Yeah.
Congrats to the winners.
Also, I know gold did not work out, but don't write it off because it has relative equal highs. And usually once we have news, gold, like I can look at gold before news, and then news happens. And then like I'll look at it like after 5-10 minutes after gold has news, or after news happens, I look at gold and it's just a completely different chart. Like that is probably the one chart that it can do some crazy stuff off news. So we got relative equal highs up here. I'm not writing it off yet, but if we close below here on the hourly, and then the first 15-minute candle starts to bleed through here, that might, okay, it's probably just wants to go lower. Like I said, I had this IFEG marked off if we got above it anytime during the night, and we didn't. So maybe we could just be seeing a move lower, which wouldn't be too bad because it gives us targets. So I have news in a minute here. So I'm hoping basically just to move into these 15-minute gaps is really all I'm looking for. It looks like ES is stronger. NQ. Yeah, let's see what happens here. Obviously, a target is all-time highs, and don't be afraid. Like if your target is something like this, like if you have a trade and your stop loss is here and your TP like 2R at least, or 2 whatever you guys use, don't be afraid to like hold it, right? Maybe take some partials here, all-time highs if you're in a trade. But don't be like, it usually keeps going. Like it rarely ever just runs all-time highs and just keeps coming back. It completely reverses immediately. So you may see, it may not be as clean as it was from point A to point B, but 2 all-time highs, but it could, you're probably going to see it continue a little higher. So don't let that get to you. But yeah, let's see what happens. I'll watch the first couple of seconds of news with you guys. Hopefully you get something. Okay, there it is. Wow.
Come on.
Come on.
5 minute. I'm gonna check the 5 minute out real quick. So a 5 minute
Consumer
looks
sentiment
good.
is in the expected range.
Mm.
And so is inflation expectations.
There's flat body
Not
low
enough
on the.
reason to buy it.
Yeah, so the levels I'm watching before I get off stream is 25,326. I want to see price coming into there, and 67.91 and moving towards all-time highs at 68.12 and NQ 25,393. So I'll see you guys back here on Tuesday. I don't think I doubt we're gonna have a stream on Tuesday. So on Monday, I'm sorry. So I'll see you guys back here then. Barbie, you have a great weekend. Terry, you have a great weekend, and it was a fun week. Hopefully government opens back up next week.
Thanks, Nick. We'll see you on Tuesday. Have a great weekend.
You too. Take it easy.
Ooh, we're just sitting in this 1 micro short. Just letting it run. Maybe I'll become a 1 micro trader. I do like the way this feels. It's so chill. My heart isn't racing. I like this. Ooh, okay. Market is giving us some information here. About 20, 30-ish points until unchanged from New York's price, if it can get down there.
The market or the chat's asking about Monday. So the stock exchange is actually open on Monday. And so is futures. There's certain commodities that will not be traded because of the bank holiday, but most of the market is open on Monday. It's not one of the normal half days. It is a full day. Unless I'm wrong. Do we need to check on that? It should be a full day. It's not on my market calendar as being a half day or anything. It might be slower. I kind of look at it like any day there's a holiday. There's a lot of people that are going to take advantage of that to take a vacation because we don't get other vacations with the kids. So
I am going to move my stop to break even after that news. You figure it shouldn't pull back. If it does, I don't want it. I don't want the trade if it pulls back.
I just looked it up. It's a full day for the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ and CME. So I'm actually not going to be here because I'm on vacation, but market will be here.
What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, that's what everyone wants to know. Is Terry going to be here? I think Nick's going to be here too.
On Monday? Are we here? MyFundedFutures, are we here on Monday? I'm here if MyFundedFutures is here.
Yeah, I was pretty sure MyFundedFutures is here. That was something I had arranged a while ago with the crew because I knew I was going to be gone with my kids.
Bob said, we are all here Monday. Let's go.
Well, thanks, Corey. We couldn't do it without you, the wonderful chatters here. And, you know, you come on our show and make it awesome too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so fun to watch everyone's trading journey and to celebrate wins with everyone. Good luck, MS. Sounds like you're in some longs. Ooh, child. NQ is retracing that move from the open. Will it trade below and make a new New York low?
Someone was asking me if I was buying into APLD today. And no, that we want to get in before the big moves. This one we've actually been holding for a while. But yeah, the big move is when you exit or at least take some profits, not when you get in. I think we were talking about this a few days ago with Terry mentioning you would see a big move. That's why I don't like those, like, these are the major movers overnight kind of watch lists. I don't think that's what we need to be watching. That's just kind of what you need to pay attention to, or a lot of those semis or a lot of those healthcare. But after the move has already been made is not the time you should be trying to enter.
Yes. Yeah.
I look for the next one.
I was sharing my experience as a brand new trader. I would buy those moves, right? And then as you saw with that stock, it just corrected. People were taking profits. And as a newbie trader, I would buy those thinking, oh, it's going to go higher. And
that's
yes,
what we're doing. This is the trade that we wanted, where it went up 10 points and not where it's diddling around here for a couple. I say points, but it's actually dollars because of stock. But yeah, you want to be in before that. So we have a guy in our Discord who is really good at finding these kind of fun opportunities because he does a lot of research on companies. So he'll share some of the research that he's been doing, and then we can kind of decide if we want in on that or not. And you can do equities and or options, but it's generally a slower play. So sometimes I'll have option leaps that expire 6 months, 8 months in the future. I usually have SPY leaps or even beyond that, but that's kind of just some extra strategies that we're doing. That's awesome. So there's Bobo was in the call. So he got in at 285 and he's out at 30. So that's the price for one option, and the contracts are for 100. So you just move the decimal, and that's what that went up from $285 to hopefully 3,000 for one.
That is
position.
amazing.
That's why people is like, there's no way you turn $250 into thousands. Is like, have you seen the options market though?
That is amazing. Congrats. Yeah, Baba Joom is in your Discord, in Barbie's Discord. Well, Looks like we're just consolidating on the 5-minute chart in the last few candles here. I love like no stress trades. Like this trade is at break even now, so it's like and it's in 1 micro. Barbie, this is like feeling really good. This is like no stress trading.
The trading range is the chill trading zone. We try to just set ourselves up to let the money come to us. That's the whole plan.
Miss
come
says
to
big
us.
red balls on Bookmap. That must mean lots of big sellers are coming in. Interesting. Where's Voltron? We need Voltron in here. Are you seeing anything, Barbie, on the footprints chart?
I honestly wasn't really watching my footprint chart right now, but I was watching the level 2 a little bit, and after that data, and I haven't seen anything too interesting. It's doing consolidation stuff. So sometimes there's not a trade. Sometimes it's time to wait. We'll see. I mean, everything's still pointing to bullish. We're holding VWAP. We're pushing higher. We haven't quite made those all-time highs. So in that way, that trade is not completed yet. We'll see if the market's ready for it. That's been the question without having these catalysts, and that's kind of how my whole thought process with the market is set up. I used to trade squeezes a lot, and I don't officially trade squeezes, but I still kind of trade that setup a little bit where we're waiting for the market to consolidate. I want to find a consolidation and then wait for it to break. And usually you're looking for a catalyst. So something like APLD, we were expecting news to come. We were hoping for news to come. We had reason to believe that news was going to come. On the index, it's a little bit easier because it's on a schedule. Like we know when PMI is going to come. We know when unemployment's going to come, except for right now. So usually you can kind of wait for those consolidation periods and know we've got CPI coming on Wednesday. That's going to be a good day. And then we can plan for it that way. But right now it's kind of harder to predict when those breakouts are going to come. And that's why trading futures ends up working really well, is because we have that kind of scheduled thing. We don't have to be sitting in these positions just waiting for the profit to happen. We can kind of anticipate it a little bit more. But that is trickier right now without having our catalysts that are going to help move us out of consolidation.
WeWap said, when I trade 0 DTE SPX options, I say, woohoo, and woohoo, probably over a dozen times in a 5-minute window. I can relate to that. Yeah, that can definitely happen in those 0 DTEs. It seems like position sizing is so important as far as
Well,
those
I mean,
highs
in
and those
futures,
lows.
so if you're in a 0 DTE and the market doesn't move your way in a certain time frame, then you could end up underwater on it anyway. And in futures, you're just kind of looking for that move whenever it happens. But sometimes in 0 DTEs, if you're looking for a big pop or a big drop, those can end up being a good instrument. But if you're not looking for a big pop or a big drop to happen at some moment, what I'll do with those is, like, if I'm expecting, if I think we have a decent chance of a squeeze or a decent chance of breaking through major support, then I can put on a little, we call it the lottos. It's just a little lotto 0 DTE position. And then you put the sell order just waiting for that pop. And sometimes you don't get it. And sometimes you lose 100% of that position. That's why it's a lotto ticket. And in futures, you can position yourself a little bit differently intraday. So if you're just looking for kind of a normal directional move, especially a smaller one, then futures are usually the better instrument. So that's why we end up trading both. They're both great skills to have. I think sometimes it's like, well, I have to trade options or I have to trade futures. And I'm always team, why not both? So there we are. It does take a lot of mental capital to be able to do both. So I do kind of focus on one at a time. So the routine is like, do the pre-market prep and that'll include both, but it's largely what the market's doing. And then I can trade the open in futures, and then I can shift over to options and see what opportunities are there, because those I'm probably looking to enter today and exit another day. So it's kind of a different flow. Even if I'm day trading on an option, though, I won't necessarily just get today's expiration. So I might think that SPY is going to move. If I'm not looking for that little lotto pump or dump, then I'm probably going to get into something longer dated in case it doesn't happen today. So that's why I try to explain that there's, depending on your trade idea, there can be a better opportunity to take it on futures or options. So that's why I always, like, my slower ideas always end up in futures trades.
Market is marketing. It's looking like it's just consolidating within this 5-minute range, but it looks like it wants to take out this low, this one.
This is a trickier spot here too, so it's just for me, it's waiting because we're between levels here.
Oh, Bob is asking to see your ES chart.
It's there. I mean, I don't push the buttons behind the scenes, but it's, hopefully we can get it. You want the lower time frame or the higher time frame one?
Denny, can we see Bull Barbie's ES chart, please? Thank you.
I'm down on the 5-minute right now. That's why I was wondering if you wanted to see the big one. I'll flip to that in a sec. Okay, well, yeah, here's the lower. So these are all the little levels that I'm watching. So I do have this 87 down here. We can watch and see if that holds. I was really kind of looking lower though, because the open is, or we've got the pre-market swing down here. We'll see.
Ooh, NQ's going. It's trying to go about 25 points to unchanged from New York's close.
So this hourly chart is where I kind of pulled out, because the other chart's getting kind of messy. I had pulled out this, and so I'm really kind of looking at that 78, 80 level. But we do have that swing low right before it too, so there we go.
CJ3 says 300 support. It's going.
These rangy little ranges, man. It's getting tighter and tighter up here. This is what I'm noticing on this hourly chart. You know, we started out kind of playing this whole range, and now we're just kind of playing this top part. So it's getting very squeezy, very launchy or dumpy, depending on, like, we're going to have a breakout level here. Just don't know when.
Mm-hmm. My short on my 1 micro in MNQ is up by about $117.
Let's go.
Let's go. TP is $200 on it. So let me see what price that is. 267 we're looking for. And the stop is at break even. This is on the scale plan, and we do have a promo. I can share the screen, a little visual for us. Oh, okay. I have to switch it. Switch share. So select add-on when you check out if you're purchasing a scale plan, and that it's completely free. It's a promo. We don't know how long it's going to go for, but it basically gives you the ability to request up to $6,000 every single time you request on that account. So even when the promo ends, it will still stick on that account. So you don't have to worry about it disappearing. And exactly, thank you, MyFundedFutures. Use code YouTube for 5% off, and make sure you select that Flex add-on if you want that. You don't have to have it if you don't want it, but you can get it, and it's free right now. So snatch them up while you still can. So this is my my scale account. Let's see if we can get it to a payout. Ooh, I do like this. I like that it took out this candle low. Keep going. Type in 1 if you have purchased a scale account. I'm going to type in 1. I love the different promos that MyFundedFutures does. It's like always exciting things, creative things too. Trying different things. Like that one week, it was a $200 or $199 where you could reset a core funded account. I thought that was super cool and creative. And then, of course, the 20,000 account giveaway for only $1. Like, yeah, I love all the different ideas.
This screen name with the eyebrows is cracking me up.
Mr. Eyebrows or Miss Eyebrows.
Is there a ticker for those eyebrows? Like, what's going on? Someone is asking, I'm gonna ask Terry this question for Tevin. Does the Flex account automatically apply to the free scale account? Or that's for the free ones. Free ones, I don't know about that.
Wait, I'm
Terry
sorry.
probably
Ask
doesn't
that
know either.
question again?
They're asking if the Flex automatically applies to, I thought they were asking if the Flex account automatically applies. But they're asking if it automatically applies to the free accounts, and I don't think so. But
Yeah, I don't
does
know if
does
it's
it automatically apply, or do you need to check to click something?
That's a good question, because normally if I go like right now, you do have to select it. It's an add-on, and when you check out, you select it.
So I
Yeah, I'll
think
see.
that if you don't have that option to select it, you probably don't get it with the free ones. But
Yeah.
you when you are getting it, you do have to select to make sure you get it added on there. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. I was not smooth. It's okay. Try again next time.
Let's see if I can take a screenshot to show you guys without showing my credit card information.
Oh, let me take notes real quick.
Okay, here, I'll select it and take a screenshot.
Trying to find a trade
Oh,
up here too, and it's just not giving me what I want.
how can I share this? I know, I can post it on my X, and then I can share that off the internet. So smart.
Yeah, it is looking really choppy right now. I'm glad I got a little hit in, even though I wasn't really planning on it, but I don't know. Probably could have stayed in bed too.
Okay, I have to make sure I don't dox myself, right? Make sure there's no account numbers in there.
Hey, Ethan, I find that Fridays can be like that. The market giveth and the market taketh. It'll give it to you on a little morning trade and get your confidence up. And then it's like, okay, I'll be needing that back now plus interest. That's why I try to take my money and run on a Friday. Also, I don't know about y'all, but I'm like tired by the end of the week. Like trading is hard. There's a lot of planning and thinking and being mentally engaged. And I kind of like taking my Friday afternoons off.
Right? Okay, so you can see on my screen, this is when you're checking out. So select scale plan, select whatever account size you want, and then it's right here, that Flex add-on. And it's free. This is the current promo. Make sure you use code YouTube when you check out for 5% off. And you get this. Yeah.
Oh, so Kazan is up on gold on the gold long, saying Nick just got in a little bit early. That happens sometimes. Hopefully he got a re-entry because I don't know. I still want to see it over like 4020, but maybe that's just because it looks like 420 and I like that number.
I swear, sometimes the market just like loves to go to that number, 420.
Well, I remember the day because we were trading it. I remember the day that Tesla closed at 420.69.
Incredible.
And and then there was an SEC filing from Elon shortly after that. That's when he was going in through all that Twitter stuff, buying Twitter.
Yeah.
And he must have had his orders sitting right there at 420.69, troll the whole market. Because those were in the days when everyone was talking about how Elon's just moving the entire market with Tesla on his Twitter purchase, which was not incorrect. Crazy enough.
Yeah, Victor says single tweet would do it.
Bunch of buyers just came in here.
A lot of overlapping candles.
What time is it? Do buyers like have a stopwatch ready to go? What's going on here? Buyers have entered the chat. We'll see if they can bring it up.
On a day like this, with all these overlapping candles, I have gotten chopped up so many times. So yeah, definitely be careful with sizing, just being sized too big. And then also with like erratic trading, going back and forth, this is the type of day or the type of morning, unless you caught this big move up, this can be the type of day where people lose lots of accounts. MyFundedFutures said, it's the phantom trend line, Barbie. ICT did teach us this. You must have missed the lecture. It's a real thing he teaches, by the way.
A phantom trend line?
It
sounds like something ICT would talk about.
Phantom. Hey, Keith. Keith Singleton is in the house.
You know how to work through the chop? Are you doing some little micro scalps in there, Keith? I'm just not good at those micro scalps. It's too much clicking for me.
Yeah, I'm not good at range trading either.
So you think the Bible teaches us not to worship idols, so we shouldn't worship anybody? I mean, I kind of agree with that, but it doesn't even have to be a religious thing. Like, I think it's weird to worship any trader and be a disciple of any trader. I found the best thing is to kind of learn from the kind of traders that I want to be like, which are usually the ones trading real money, let's be honest. And then I try to kind of understand their thought process and how they come up with their trades, because that's where I can kind of get those little nuggets that I can carry into my own trading. But I found that following just any one person, I'm not getting everything I need, because I'm not going to be able to understand. I can't see the market exactly the way someone else does. We all have a different brain and all that. We're all a little bit different. And I don't know. I've gotten some of the best. I've gotten some things from John Carter. I've gotten some things from Dalton. I've gotten all of these different things that I've brought together into one thing. And that's why I just can't understand just sticking to one guy and one plan. And I would rather have more than one person to look up to and say, I want to trade like them.
Mm-hmm. Is there a trader that you'd love to meet in person that you've learned a lot from, Barbie?
I don't know. I don't really, for me, it's not, I don't get as excited about like, oh, let's go have a beer with someone. But it's probably because in real estate, I have met some well-known people and was rather disappointed.
Oh, no.
So I haven't really totally thought about that, because a lot of times like the persona is a little bit different than the person. You have to remember that public people have public personas, but I don't know. I haven't really thought about that too much. But I mean, I really do like the market profile stuff, because that's how I learned to. I mean, you want to understand, why is the market doing that? Why did that happen? Right? I don't understand that candle. Why did it wick like that? Why did my stop loss get hit? And for me, everything that Dalton teaches with auction theory, that's what really clicked to me, where, okay, he's explaining how these are real live orders and how these real live orders are interacting with the market and causing these things. And so understanding that perspective really helped me with my perspective on the market. And then you can kind of add all these little things. I can learn price action strategies from a few different people that have a few different great ideas, and kind of see what clicks. And that's what you're doing as a new trader, is kind of finding all your puzzle pieces, and then the journey is putting them all together. The hard part is a lot of us try to go engage with the market before we have that full set of puzzle pieces together. And then we wonder why it's not working. It's like, well, we're missing this whole center section that explains about risk management or something like that. But yeah, I think it's good to you don't want to be strategy hopping. So that's why I'm trying to be careful about my language here. It's not like you want to try Bob's thing here and Steve's thing here and try to do them both at the same time, because that's not what I'm talking about. But it's listening to people who have a good understanding of the market, explain how auction works, and really getting whoever's going to get that understanding to you, and not just say, oh, it's magic, it's a phantom imaginary line, it's the white van. So that didn't click for me.
Thanks, Barbie. Ash is in the house. Let's welcome him to the show so we could say goodbye before the weekend.
Yeah, Ash. Like learning from Ash is great. He's the disciplined Power Ranger. So I learned a lot from him.
Hey, disciplined Power Ranger. How are you today, Ash?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. How are you?
I'm very excited that the weekend starts in about an hour from now.
Let's go.
How is your guys' day going
right
so far?
Good. Mark
it's going.
Yeah, it's going. Mark is just kind of marketing. I'm just sitting in this short. I'm in 1 micro, Ash. You'd be so proud, and it feels so good. I put the stop at break even, so just gonna let it run today.
So tell me the difference on how it actually feels between the larger positions too. Is there a clear difference between using a couple minis versus the micro?
Oh my gosh. It's like night and day. Yes, this is like, ooh, I feel like I can go get a pina colada. I can just like go read a book on the beach. And then in minis, I mean, even just 1 mini, it's like, it's a lot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Night and day.
It's a clear depiction of, making the decisions based upon the information or making the decision upon feelings or emotions. So
yes. So
very good job.
Thank you. So Barbie and I are going to head out for the weekend. Thank you everyone for watching our show every day this week, and we will be back next weekend. Great to see you, Ash. We will see you next week.
Hope you enjoy the weekend.
Thank you.
Have a great session.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Bye. Bye, Barbie. Bye, Ash. Bye, chat.
See ya.
What's up, chat? Happy Friday. Last day. You have made it to the end of another week, so give yourself a pat on the back. If you've made it through the week, if you've survived till now, give yourself some credit. Without a doubt, this is one of the hardest businesses there are to run. So if you've made it through the week without blowing up, give yourself credit where credit is due. All right, so good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Just going to take a moment to welcome everybody into my segment, see how everybody's doing today, and then we'll get into the conversation. Love to see a lot of familiar faces. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Cam. Good morning, Insane Akili. No Luck, Pure Skill. How are you doing today? Nikhil, good morning. Keith, good morning. Deku, good morning. Fukra, good morning. Mikey, good morning. Rocky Mountain Trader, how are you doing today? SP4, good morning. MG Wall Street, good morning. Bob, good morning. Dave, good morning. No Luck, Pure Skill, how are you doing today? Melvin, good morning. Andy, good morning. The Punisher, good morning. Jenny, good morning. Byte Logic Systems definitely wins the trophy today. They understand. He said good morning or good day, depending on where you are. See, you can tell who's been here and who hasn't been here. Good morning, Byte Logic. Good morning, Carson. How are you doing today? Sabash, good morning. DM, good morning. Helpful, good morning. Alec, good morning. Adam, good morning. Alay, good morning. Matlin, good morning. JJ, good morning. Dominic, good afternoon. How are you doing today? DM, good morning. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. Let's see how everybody's doing in chat before I go over my information. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you did not trade today. See how everybody's day is going first, and then I'll get into my information here this morning. Also, new drink this morning. I may be cheating on all the coffee lovers today. We tried some matcha. I don't know if you all know what matcha is, but it's something that they make tea with. Just another form of caffeine, essentially. But whoever has tried some matcha, it is quite phenomenal, to say the least. But I'm missing out on the black coffee with honey this morning. So sorry to all of the coffee enjoyers. Matcha grounded up in green tea. Yep, I have the culinary grade matcha. So I was able to put it into a smoothie or do any kind of cooking with it, which it is phenomenal, to say the least. Past 3 court counts today. Let's go. W's in chat for helpful. Very good job. Congratulations. 2 of them were pogos that you won on stream. Wow. I mean, imagine getting into a funded account that was free. So you're saying you won them from the giveaways on stream is just phenomenal. Congratulations. But now comes the real work. Now we really got to focus on getting to the payout. So don't allow the feeling or the thought or the emotion of being in a funded account to change what you're doing. Okay? Treat it the same way you were treating the eval. That way you can make it to the payout, because now the real work is going to be completed here. You talk about touching grass. Matcha is like eating grass. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So happy Friday. Hope everybody had a great week. Let's see how everybody finished this week too. Throw in chat your wins and losses on the week. I am actually very excited about the performance this week. I am 3 wins and 0 losses this week. I'm going to show you this long that I took here this morning. We'll talk about that here in a minute. Just welcoming everybody into my stream, and then we'll get into the information. But how did you guys finish today? Or this week, I'm sorry. Did you finish green on the week? Blue 3 funded accounts. Well, just so you know, that is the normal experience of a trader. Okay, so everybody goes through the experience of blowing an account. And I'm even here to tell you, if somebody tells you they've never blown a funded account, you should probably run the other way. Plain and simple. That is the normal progress of a trader. Okay, and I'm specifically saying this because you shouldn't allow it to cause tilt. Whether you've had a loss this week or whether you've blew an account, that does not define you as a person, okay? You can still achieve anything you put your mind to. You should be failing forward, right? Having these losses is a learning opportunity, okay? Don't allow a loss to spiral into intrusive thoughts or bad emotions. Simply go next, right? I know it's maybe easier said than done, but that's the realistic outlook that you're going to have to take if you want to deal with this trading business, because it is inevitable that you're going to have losses. But the individual that allows a loss to completely tilt you and ruin the rest of your business, that's the individual that's going to really blow up and never come back. So I know it must not feel good right now. Don't get me wrong. But there are more important things in life, right? Your family is what matters and your health is what matters. So don't focus on the loss, okay? Don't let it induce some kind of emotion that is going to affect the rest of your trading. Try to find a way to just move on to the next, right? Like I actually wasn't joking. Like, right on to the next one. Just move right on. It doesn't matter that it happened. Just don't let it spiral into something worse. Okay? Everybody fails. We have to learn from it and move forward. Don't allow it to impact your next attempt. All right, so I'm going to go through my trade first, and then we can have a conversation regarding anything to do with your experience or my experience. We can do any type of questions or any kind of conversation. Let me just get through the trade for today. This is for all the individuals that are always, complaining that I don't take a trade on stream. It's because majority of the time the trades are happening before I get on stream. Okay. I'm also not obligated to be making a trade while I'm on stream. What I am doing is managing my risk and trading how I trade as a business. So what normally happens, and as you can see it here, the trade happens and I'm done for the day. I'm not the type of individual that will take 95 trades within one day. I'm the type of individual to take one trade, get a result to it, document it, journal it, and then move on. So here's that same example right here, right? I won't be taking a trade during my session because my risk for the day, my risk limit has been hit. Right? When I tell you guys that I only take one trade per day, this is what I mean, right? The trade received a result and now I'm done for the day. Okay, just so the expectations are clear, this is not a signal service. I'm only trading when I can accept the risk and when I'm willing to take the risk. I'm not going to trade just because you guys want me to trade. Okay, I'm running my business. This is me journaling my own experience, and I'm doing it publicly. That way, other people can see it. Also, that way, I can have a form of documentation that I can come back to, right? I could go back and watch these live streams and learn from it. All right. So let's take a look. First things first is it's always going to be a top-down analysis. Okay. I've been saying the same thing. I know it just sounds repetitive, but it's the outlook that I have on the market. I really don't need any type of technical analysis to say that the market has been crushing new all-time highs for months and months and months. Right? So the same thing that I've been saying throughout the entire week is until the daily chart says otherwise, I'm going to stick with the trend. The trend is your friend until the end of the trend. And this is what I'm talking about here. We continue to keep moving higher. So I'm only interested in looking for long positions. Right? So for example, yesterday, the market was moving lower. Yesterday, I did not take a trade because no long positions presented themselves. I'm not interested in shorting the market because of this right here. So if no long positions present themselves, that means no trade. But today, we were given a long opportunity. Let's take a look. Right? So now we have a bias. We understand what we're looking for. We're looking for longs. Now, during New York Open, I would like to see price move into a higher time frame point of interest, which is we're here on the 15-minute chart, and you can see a swing low was swept here, and then you can also see a bullish FVG here. All right, so there's multiple higher time frame points of interest to use, right? I'm not longing above a swing high, right? I'm not longing up here. I'm looking for price to pull back into below a swing low or inside of a bullish fair value gap. It's always been the same thing. It's going to continue to be the same model. It's everything that all the logic that we've been providing here ever since I've joined the stream, right? So we get to a gap, right? We get to a higher time frame point of interest to look for long positions. Once we get to that gap, what do we want to see? Right? And I know everybody's going to know the answer already, but I'm still going to ask you guys. Throw it in chat. When we get to a higher time frame level to execute from, what is the thing that we want to see to actually engage with the idea? I'm going to have to put a time limit on no luck, pure skill. We're gonna have to we're gonna have to give no luck, pure skill like a 1 minute delay or something. We have to nerf him or her. Perfect. Yes. So a crack in correlation, a divergence, some kind of SMT, whatever you want to call it. I don't care about the terminology. It is the logic that you're providing to your decision making. Right? So we get to the level, right? So look at this right here. We get to the level, right? Price comes down into the level. Then we start searching for a crack in correlation. Take a look at this low here. Notice how NQ runs below the low. Okay. Notice how on ES, when we get to that same exact low, price does not run below that low. Okay, so there you go. There's your crack in correlation. Okay. And for the individuals that, where'd the chart go? All right, so sorry, I lost the spot on the chart. Give me a second. All right. For the individuals that want to say, oh, you say long the stronger pair, short the weaker pair. Well, you have to understand that if my entry function is not shown on the screen, then I'm not going to execute that pair. Okay? So here's the SMT. We can see the crack in correlation because NQ runs below the low when ES does not run below the low. Right? But since ES did not run below the low, that means my entry function is not going to be there. Right? So look at this right here. Right? Notice the higher low. Right? That means this cannot be a breaker block because it does not fit the definition of a breaker block. But if we go over here on NQ, we do in fact have a low, a high, a new low, then a new high. So you see the difference here? I know everybody's going to say, oh, but you said you long the stronger pair and you short the weaker pair. I'm not going to long the stronger pair if my entry function is not present on the screen. I still need the entry function. Okay, NQ has the entry function, right? It has the low, it has the high, it has the new low, then it has the new high. Okay. So I'm looking at this as the breaker block because here are the swing points, right? High to low, swing high to new low to new high. Okay. So I was looking at this to be the breaker block right here. I was looking for this to be the breaker block right here. And now, if you take a look at this, here's the risk, right? We enter at the beginning of the breaker, we put a stop at the low, and we aim for 2R. Okay, so I'm just going to back this up a little bit. It'll probably take off the executions, but who cares? Now you can see the entry function with clarity. Okay. Does a phenomenal job coming to the area, right? Here's the conversation of, do you wait for the retest? Yes, I waited for the retest here. When it retested, I then entered for it to go higher. Okay, next thing. I went half the position size. I went half the position size on the initial entry because look at the time. 9:22. I like to participate at 9:30, from 9:30 to 11. So I was interested in executing my bias, so I did. But since it was before 9:30, I went half the size, knowing the volatility of 9:30. Then I got my full size at 9:30. Okay. Lastly, and probably most importantly, okay. Lastly, and probably most importantly, let's take a look at this right here. And before I just hand it out, you tell me here. Let's because this is what the chart looked like before New York Open. Okay, so before I just hand it out, I'm going to let you guys answer. What am I pointing to here? What is the most important concept other than time that makes me so confident in taking a trade? Throw it in chat if you know the answer. Every time I make a game plan, I always write it up here. I write, I go like this. I go game plan. I go the first most important concept is time. The second most important concept is what? Very good job to a lot of people. There are a lot of people getting it correct. I'm just giving it a moment for others to answer. Very good job to all the individuals that said bias or draw on liquidity. Right? In my opinion, those two things mean the same exact thing, right? A bias is your opinion of where price is going. Draw on liquidity is the thing that price is moving towards. And when I talk about draw on liquidity, the first thing that I say is equal highs or equal lows are one of the best forms of draw on liquidity. It's very, very clear that on both NQ and ES, we have equal highs resting above us. Look how beautiful this is right here. I mean, this doesn't get any clearer. Equal highs or equal lows are one of your best forms of draw on liquidity. More importantly, you can also see that Asia lows have already been taken out. London lows have already been taken out. So all of the lows have already been taken out, whereas all of the highs have not. This really doesn't get any more clear to me, and that's why I took the risk. This is something that I want to risk on when I can clearly and definitively understand the information. When you can point to these things and have conviction, that's when you should be risking. When you cannot point to these things and you don't understand the information, do not take the trade. So very simple. And this is what I put into my communities this morning. This is the only chart I needed. I didn't need to explain anything else. Right? This is what I put into my communities this morning. And anybody from my community can feel free to fact check me. Right? This was my game plan heading into the morning. Very simple game plan. Target the equal highs. Go figure that what time do we target the equal highs? The important time. What is the important time? 9:30. Time, right? 9:30. Time, most important element, 9:30. Opening times, most important element. Second most important element, draw on liquidity. I mean, it makes complete sense that at 9:30, they go and run above the equal highs. This is exactly why this is the game plan every single time. This is exactly why I've been pointing to this information every single morning that I've been showing up to the live stream. So you have to understand the important concepts here. One, time being New York Open. Focusing on the opening times is very important. We quite literally need volatility to make our P&L go up or down. So you will find that volatility at 9:30 open. It is more likely than not that you will find the most amount of volatility at 9:30 open. The only other times where volatility is more than 9:30 open is CPI or FOMC or NFP, right? Those happen during the news release, but that's not the majority of the time. New York Open is the majority of the time. Lastly, equal highs or equal lows. It is one of our best forms of draw on liquidity. When we're dealing with equal highs or equal lows, we always want to see the right side be the failure swing. Right? So here's the left, here's the right. Notice how the one on the right is lower than the one on the left. If the one on the right is higher than the one on the left, it is no good. Okay. Holy drop. All right, let's get it. Clearly something just happened. So let's get out of replay mode. Let's take a look. Holy drop is right. What is that? Where who just sent the market lower? Who was it, chat? Who's the whale in chat? Who is the whale in chat? Who just did that? Trump tweet? I mean, that would make complete sense. Yeah, what did he tweet? What was it? I'm not looking at the news, so if anybody has the news and can do us all a favor and throw it into chat, that would be greatly appreciated. So if you don't mind, if you have the news, please feel free to throw it in chat. I would love to. This is clearly something, right? That's a huge move there. So do me a favor and throw the news in chat if you have any access to the news. I don't have the news up right now. Oh, please tell me Terry's still in her short. Please tell me Terry's still in her short. Someone contact Terry. Oh, that's right. Terry's the whale. Terry just sent this thing lower. Some very strange things are happening in China. They're becoming very hostile and sending letters to countries throughout the world. Trump calculating increased tariffs on Chinese products. Trump will be forced to financially counter China's move. Okay, so it sounds like something to do with China. I'm not able to verify any of these things, so I'm just reading chat. Increased tariff on China. I mean, the real answer is Terry is just full porting. Calculating increased tariffs on China. Okay. I really appreciate everybody that is helping. Anybody that put the news in there, thank you for your time. Thank you for the help. It's very clear. We need to be on top of Trump, right? Anytime that man throws a tweet out there, look at what happens. Terry had a meeting with Nancy Pelosi. If anybody knows the best trader in the world, everybody would know that that's Nancy Pelosi. So it's very clear. Anytime this man tweets, we need to be on top of it. $8K on the pro account. Holy. I'm guessing you were in the short, Gavinci? Amazing job if you were. Perfect to be on the pro account for that as well. 4K on NQ hit. Oh my. Everybody's taking advantage of it. Very good job, everyone. Who else was able to take advantage of the dump? Who caught it? Throw a W in chat if you caught the dump. I mean, that is massive. Of course Denny caught the dump. I should have known that coming. 5K on the dump. Holy cow. Amazing job, everyone. More W's than L's. Almost, I mean, did everybody catch the dump? Am I the only one that didn't catch the dump? 6K, 10K. Wow. Are we still holding? Because this thing is still going lower. 10K on the dump. Congratulations. I could have made... No, there is no coulda, woulda, shoulda. There is no coulda, woulda, shoulda. That's not how this works. You either did or you didn't. 20K. Let's go, chat. Let's go. I'm sorry for the individuals that had a blown account, but this is huge for a lot of other individuals. So congratulations to the winners. Sorry about the losers, but wow, what a move. I mean, what a move. So I would love to bring this up real quick. You tell me, what kind of ICT concept showed you, right? What do you truthfully think that, you know, the market is ran off of an algorithm, or do you truthfully think that if Trump tweets, the market could go lower, right? Like, let's be honest real quick here. Is this an algorithm or is this Trump tweeting? You tell me. Type it in the chat. Trump tweeting or algorithm? It's just this is the, right? It's the first presented inverse Reaper fair value gap that has the macro timing with SMT, right? Or is it just simply Trump tweeting? Right, but there's no such thing as supply and demand, right? There's no such thing as, you know, Trump tweeting. All right, so just saying, don't fall for the shiny object syndrome. Don't fall for the marketing. Don't fall for the advertising. There are real life things that happen. There is real supply and demand, right? Trump tweeting clearly affects the market. This is not some kind of algorithm. Trump made a decision that sent the market lower. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. Oh, shit. Look. Get ready.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is real. Spin the wheel for a
Pull
major
back
deal.
30 for 33 resets.
My fun
Who's
to
gonna get one of the giveaways?
line. Dreams are dropping like a neon
Pull back
sign.
30 for 33 resets.
Oh, lights are flashing, prizes red.
Perfect timing.
Hope is calling.
Perfect timing on the giveaway for anybody that
Click and
got dumped on the stump. Holy cow.
giveaway. Fever's here to stay.
So throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Congratulations to all the winners. What a move. What a move. Congratulations to all the winners. So, chat, if you're finding any value from any of the giveaways that we do here, if you're finding any value from any of the hosts, if you're finding any value from the community, do us a favor, like the video, sub to the channel, turn the notifications on. We're going to continue to keep relentlessly working and learning every single week. Doesn't the market go up right after a big drop like that? There is no guarantee. So if anybody speaks with a 100% guarantee, then I would be very cautious of them. The price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. Okay, so in my opinion, it's better to efficiently react to price than to guarantee a certain price movement. But let's see. Let's see what happens. Do we bounce? Throw it in chat. Do you think we're going to continue to keep dumping? Will we continue to keep going lower? Or do we get any bounce here? What do you guys think? Keep dumping? Or do we get any type of bounce here? Is price supposed to bounce after a big dump like that? Let's see. Let's see who gets the prediction correct. I personally have no opinion here, right? When something more than price action is affecting the market, right? Trump tweeting, something that's completely out of your control, that gives me zero conviction, right? Who knows if some kind of revised tweet is going to come out saying, oh, Trump made a mistake on the first tweet. Or who knows if Trump goes on a rant and starts saying another 25 tweets about how we need more tariffs, right? That when stuff that is out of our control happens, then I have zero conviction when it comes to that. So we'll see. So we'll also move over to any kind of questions and answers. If you have any kind of question, if you have any kind of information, feel free to throw it in chat, and we'll finish the last 20 minutes of my segment with some questions and answers as well. So I'll head over to chat now. Let's take a look. If you have any kind of questions or information that you'd like to go over, let's do a Q&A for the last 20 minutes of the segment. Happy Friday once again. Hopefully everybody did well this week. Pump gold. See what gold is doing. Gold moving higher. ES and NQ moving lower. Classic rug pull. Yeah, I guess the classic Trump rug pull here. One of the best weeks for me in a long time. Congratulations, Sharma. Very good job. So, any questions, any information, feel free to throw it in chat. Ash, since risk management was the reason for you to not take the trade yesterday to stay green for the week, what was the reason for you to enter the unicorn today? I explained all of the justifications to my actions this morning. Just feel free to rewind the stream. I did a top-down analysis on all of those executions there. I completely provided the full analysis for that position. Feel free to just check it out. Hey, one question. What happened in order to get this huge drop? Looks like Trump tweeted something about tariffs on China. Trump is the market maker is what it seems like. Does MFU drop giveaways? Yeah, we've done multiple giveaways today. We quite literally just did a giveaway. What was that, like 5 minutes ago? Maybe 10 minutes ago? You just got to stick around. When you hear the music start, that's how you know a giveaway is beginning. But yes, we did literally just do a giveaway. Yo, what's up, everyone? Hey, Epictus, how is your day going? So again, feel free to throw any questions or information in the chat. We are doing Q&A for the rest of my segment. If there's anything that you want to go over, anything about this trading business, feel free to throw it in chat. What was the news event? Again, it sounds like Trump made a tweet about tariffs on China. Why did it drop? It sounds like Trump did a tweet about tariffs on China. I need better psychology. Any tips? How is your life outside of the computer? Right? Do you go to the gym? Do you eat well? Do you read books? Things that create discipline are usually things that happen in real life, not here on the chart. So here's a list of books that really helped me. Let me go through the books that I highly enjoyed real quick. Let me pull them up. The Best Loser Win by Tom Hogard. Absolutely a phenomenal read. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Another absolutely phenomenal book. The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. Principles by Ray Dalio. Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink. All of these books helped me tremendously. Whether you're a reader or not, it was something that really helped with my psychology. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. And lastly, Trade Mindfully by Gary Dayton. If you had to recommend one, it'd probably be The Best Loser Wins by Tom Hogard or Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. So those would be probably the top two in that entire list. Teach yourself. No one can teach you anything. You could definitely learn a lot from others, but I definitely agree with the first statement. The more times you keep showing up to the market, this will be your best learning opportunity. When you come here for your session, you document what you see, you journal what you see, you learn from the chart. The chart is your best learning opportunity. And you journal everything so that you can come back to it and learn the pros and cons from your journal. So yes, definitely learn from the chart as well, without a doubt. Recording your screen, another phenomenal one. That is quite literally why I'm here on the live stream. I 100% agree with that. I do my journaling via text, via screenshots, and via live streams. Right? That's why I'm here live streaming each morning, so that I can hear and see what I'm thinking in real time. Right? Like you can go back on the YouTube channel and check all of the prior live streams. Right? There's an entire database of prior live streams to learn from. That's why we create a game plan. That's why we have logic. That's those justifications to your actions. That's how you measure, right? Was it right or wrong? Did I have the right idea? Was it the wrong idea? And why? Right? How was I feeling during the time of? What was I thinking during the time of? It's what we need to learn from. So it doesn't look like we're getting the bounce yet, but we haven't continued to sell off yet. We're just going sideways so far, so it doesn't look like we're getting any of the prediction just yet. We're just getting some consolidation, but we'll see where it goes from here. Ash, there was a 1-minute unicorn yesterday with all that checks. Just wanted to know your thought process of avoiding taking the trade yesterday, but not today. Once again, I already answered that question. Please just rewind this live stream. I did an entire top-down analysis of the reasons why I took the trade today. So you could just rewind the live stream by like 20 minutes, and you can get the entire analysis to this morning's trade. I did a top-down analysis on it. So might head lower here, starting to make a new low. ES is following. Looks like NQ is leading. So let's see if we'll continue lower here. So it looks like the answer to the prediction is lower prices so far. We'll see if we'll get another little push lower, but this is what I was trying to say is there are no guarantees within price action. So for the individual that was looking for the answer of when price drops like this, aren't we supposed to get a good rebound? No, there is no guarantee. There's never going to be a 100% certainty. Price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. And in this example, we got a move lower, and it looks like we're starting to get another move lower. Okay, so yeah, we are getting the move lower. So whoever took the prediction of saying that we're going to continue to keep moving lower, very good job. Congratulations. It looks like you got the answer correct. Doesn't look like there's any support in this area. Only time you get a rebound is when the market overreacted, but this is really bad news. I just don't think, this is what I'm trying to say, is I personally do not believe in any type of guarantee. Doesn't matter if the market overreacted or not. Once again, price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. There is no scenario that you have a 100% guarantee. Went in with 2 MNQ at the top of the range and made $600. Very good job. Very good job. So it sounds like you shorted up here at the top of the range, somewhere up here. Very good job. Very good job. Are you going to be done for the week there, though, is the real question. If that makes you green on the week, will you be done for the week? It is Friday. We only got a little bit of time left in this week. Are you more interested in remaining green and starting the weekend? Or are you going to continue to keep risking? Thank you, Abhishek, for helping chat out. For anybody that is new here or doesn't understand the giveaways, the way that you enter giveaways, you should be a subscriber to enter into giveaway, and we will drop the reset code. The account codes go on the screen. You apply it in the final purchase screen, right? When you're on the MyFundedFutures platform, you go to complete a transaction. On the final purchase screen, there's a place that says apply code. That is where you put the code in, press apply code, and then submit it. And hopefully you're submitting it before anybody else because the codes go very quickly. The code will only last for the amount of uses we have. Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the help. So any last questions? Any last information? I only have another 8 minutes here with you all. What about the weekend plans? Who's going to touch some grass after this? Anybody have any good plans for the next couple days? What are we doing this weekend? We're going to go touch some grass. We're going to go be with some family. We're going to go take a trip somewhere. Any good weekend plans? Going camping. Very nice. Netflix and chill. That sounds perfect. one book which you are recommending. I already answered that question, but here you go. Best Loser Wins by Tom Hogard or Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Those are my top two. Waiting for the market to open back up. Yes, I guess we hate the weekends because the market is closed, but it is very good to reset and recharge, do something good for the soul, spend some time with family. Ash, are you going to build the stock list? This is a futures day trading prop firm, so we're going to focus here on futures. The futures that I've been trading is ES and NQ. I'll go and talk with MyFundedFutures if they want to have any kind of long-term analysis or stock analysis or any other kind of conversations. I'm going to ask them first, but this is a day trading futures platform, so during the live stream, we've been focusing on day trading futures. We can definitely ask them to see if they want to expand on the content, but until then, I'll wait for their opinion. I love you all, MyFundedFutures family. You were there for me when I blew the SimFunded account, and now I am here working my way back. Never give up. Grim, I know you got this. Fall in love with the process. Allow the results to be a byproduct. Detach your emotions from the outcome. Don't allow a prior experience to determine this next experience. Focus on one day at a time. You did it before, you can do it again. Just give it time. Have some patience. Never over risk. Never over trade. And I'm certain that you'll be able to get back to the SimFunded account. You got this, Grim. Currently reading The Best Loser Wins. What do you think about it? I think it's phenomenal. There's so much to learn from it. Feel free to throw any tips or information that you've received from it into chat. There really is a lot to learn from it. So who says bear flags don't work? There's another one of those examples of price action patterns. Ash, are we in limit down territory? No, we're not in limit down territory. We got quite a ways to go here. We're only just approaching 2% here. We're not in limit down territory. No, we're not. So, for example, if you ever need to see that, I think it is right here. Yep. So if you ever need to see limit down territory, just type into your indicators, circuit breaker by MyFundedFutures. Okay. Let's put this on real quick so you can see the limits. All right. So if you're ever questioning the limits, just put that indicator on. Give me a second here. Are we not using the indicator anymore? Give me a second. Maybe I turn the settings off or something. Maybe I'm blind? Does it only happen on the 1 minute chart? Visibility. Well, this was the I don't think that's correct. That is not correct. I'm going to have to check on that. We'll have to come back to that, but so to give you an answer, limit down territory for excuse me. It was at 0 for the limit down. That's the limit there, 0. We're going to 0. No, sorry. Limit down territory. So if you're trading the MyFundedFutures accounts, they tell you that you cannot be trading within 2% of a limit. Okay, so the first limit is 7%. Okay, so if you are when this right here, this percentage, if this says 5%, negative 5% specifically, if this says negative 5%, you cannot be trading within -5 to -7%. Okay, so just to give you a clue of where we are, we're only at 1.7, right? And that is 450 points, right? So we would have to go like another like 1,200 points to even get close to a limit. So we're nowhere close to the limit. I'm going to have to ask them about this. Maybe I just have it incorrectly, but they do have an indicator for it to see it. But just so you understand, you cannot be trading within 2% of the limit on these accounts. So 2% of that limit would be -5% on the day. So there is no issue right now. All right, so that is the end of my segment. I do just want to take a minute to say how thankful I am for the community. I really appreciate MyFundedFutures. Thank you for putting this community together. Thank you for bringing all the hosts together. Thank you for all the giveaways. The amount of value that's being provided every single week is absolutely astonishing. Thank you to all the hosts, Nick, Terry, Barbie, Matt, Tom, the consistency that you guys show up, the ability to be showing up every single day, focused on working on your business is truly incredible. It is really refreshing to be working with other like-minded professionals. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody on the back end as well, Abhishek, Denny, Magnus, you guys keep the show running very smoothly. You're chefing it up in the kitchen every single week. Thank you for all of the help. Thank you for all of your time. I hope you guys have a great weekend. And lastly, chat, I truly appreciate every single one of you that continues to keep showing up. The questions that you're asking, the information that we're going over, that is the repetition that gives us an edge in this business. That repetition is what's building conviction. We have to show up and work and learn every single week because that's how you build the muscle memory. So thank you to everybody that participates. Thank you for all the questions and the comments. Let's continue to keep relentlessly working and learning every single chance we can get. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Thank you all for your time. We will be right back here next week. But before you start your weekend, let's throw a bunch of W's in chat for Tom. Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up on the stage, and I'll hand the mic over to him. I hope everybody has a great weekend. I will see you all next week.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much, Ash. W's for Ash in the chat. It was, again, another awesome session. I really enjoy it. Have a nice weekend, Ash. I wish you all the best for the weekend recharge and all the usual stuff, because work begins on Monday again. That's how it goes. So thank you so much. Lots of value. And what can I say? I was just watching this big bearish candle here. Like, what the heck is going on? I see a sell side at 633. But before we go on, let me welcome the chat again. And let me say hello to the mods. Abhishek, Danny, Magnus, it's awesome to be here. And I just want to say again, that thank you so much for the mods to keeping the chat in line and all the help with the giveaways. We love you too, Ash. Lots of value from Ash all the time. So what's happening? Anyone took a short? I heard that Terry was taking a short. Look at the distance right now. It's like 637 points. Awesome. Good morning. So many names. I just can't scroll all the way through to say all the names, but hello, everybody. What's up, Jerson? Yay, thank you. Danny, Jay, Ayu, oh my God. Silk, Click, sorry. Content Hunter, oh my God. So many, I just can't go through. It's too many names. Good to see you guys. So I hope you guys are in a heavy short. Okay. Oh no, Fia, you blow up the account. Don't worry about that, man. The good news is that we have the weekend. I think Terry was, so she called the market makers. She knew something, obviously. How much profit did she make? How much? So look at that, 633. This is actually a 4 hour demand zone right here. So that's why I'm on the 4 hour chart right now, just to observe what's happening. And we still have like 25 minutes from this hourly candle, but this 4 hour candle is wow. Look at that. Sell side is 633, and this is the demand zone right there that I think is going to be invalidated. I think. Who knows? But so what's happening? I want to hear some stories. Something. I mean, trading related. Thunderbird was so close to pass an eval. Come on, man. You blew 3 funded accounts today. Gustavo. 2 rounds around the block. Short full port. Oh no, Tori. I'm your friend, Jerson. I want some friends. I don't have too many friends. Anybody wants to be my friend? I don't have too many friends. I'm lonely. Yeah, most likely. Let's check the lower time frames. Let's see some retracement-ish things. Yeah, we do have some retracement. Wouldn't be surprised if we go up there to the 800s. There's a 1 minute fair value gap here, and we can continue. As I said, if this one starts dropping lower to finish up the move on the 4 hour, that would be the 633. Abhishek is my friend. All right. Thank you, Abhishek. JC, what happened? Nitkum, thank you for being here. Okay, let's be friends, Sudip. Awesome. Bought a skill account and got my 1500 in 2 what? What did you do there? Okay, it seems like that some of you guys took advantage of this this drop. Obviously, the fundamental part of this, I just can't go through on this. But you know, we'll see. I will join me on my channel and I will share it. Okay, so just a quick walkthrough like what happened, and obviously everybody's watching the drop. I can imagine that lots of traders are actually chasing this drop here. I can imagine that many of you are chasing this. I hope not. By the way, I'm going to take it back, but you know, back in my more rookier days, I was actually jumping here to a sell. Typically, this were the point. Well, okay, let's jump into a sell full port. Now, keep in mind that it's super easy to bounce up. Look at that, 100 points, and this is just a 1 minute chart. Look at how easy it is right now. This is okay. Let's just this candle here, 80 points candle here. This one also like 70 or 60 points. Be careful. One single 1 minute candle can actually blow up your account. All right, so please. What's worse, Tom? Blowing your eval or making 70K in a 50K eval? Well, if you have no consistency rule, you know the answer. But obviously, with the consistency rule, oh man, I think you just better blow up the account because you know that's just the way it is. No trade only in London. London was very bad. I'm gonna. You guys only blow. What is happening, Bob? Come on, don't do that. So again, better be careful on this one. This is just not the way. Quick recap on London. At 2 a.m. So if some of you guys don't know, I stream in the London session too. So I'm just going to scroll back to 2 a.m. Eastern Standard. I start my stream at 2 a.m. Every day. Sudip, that's good to hear. For me, it was a bit of actually not what I expected. So I took a long position here. I was expecting the Asia high to be taken, but look at that, how close we got to Asia high, and eventually I got stopped out. Then I was kind of hoping that for the New York session, we are going to break this 3-minute supply zone, which we did. And I took a long position here, by the way. After the market opened on this pullback, I entered the long. This was also live on stream, and we took out the 3-minute supply zone finally. So I made back my loss from London session a little bit more. And also interesting that there was a 5-minute order block at 25,388.50. And eventually the price only went up to 388. So it missed the level by 2 ticks. And this is just another example why I take profits a few points earlier. So if the level is at 388.50, I'm Hungarian, yes, David, then usually my TP would be somewhere at 380 or maximum 385, but somewhere around 380. So at least a few points earlier. That's where I take the profit. So if you're looking at an exact level, then make sure to take some early profits, because that's what happens actually. Bigger players also like taking off their orders just to make sure. I think that's a safe play, you know. Good morning, Co. What's up? Took the shorts? Wow. Well, if you guys managed to make it, that's awesome. Look at that. Now we're back to this level. 633 is on the horizon here. It can just make it in one single bearish 1-minute candle. So that can actually happen quite fast. But please don't chase it. All right? Just don't chase it. It's not worth it. Dave. Exactly. Hopefully we're going to have some amazing segment next week, because Dave is doing the 1 micro challenge on his account. So stay tuned. That's going to be real awesome to talk about his results and, you know, discipline, risk management, all the things. It's going to be amazing. You're low on drawdown. I see that. Okay. So depends. Yeah, London. It depends on which side were you on. If you were bearish, then definitely there was some Japanese news hitting the market after 2 a.m. and that's why I got stopped out. So anyway, let's go back to the 1-hour chart just to see a little bit of a bigger picture. I'm definitely not going to take a trade on this one. All right, that's all I can say. And the quick look on the gold, there's a 15-minute supply zone up there. These tweets from President Trump and the trade war thing and everything, I think is just going to escalate a bullish move on gold. The question is this momentum going to hold until the PM session? Is there going to be something more, some more news or comments about this trade thing or the tariffs? If there will be some more negative, I can see that gold approaching that 15-minute supply zone, which is starting around at 50. Hold on, let me check the exact value here. It starts at, hold on. It starts at 60.1. Yeah. So just to play it safe, you can always target the 15-minute fair value gap here. So the low-hanging fruit on this one, if you're holding a long position, would be 52.9. All right. I'm not taking it. But it seems like a fair point to enter, even on the 3-minute chart. There's a fair value gap here that has not been repriced. So watch out with gold. Gold likes to play some dirty tricks here. If it goes lower, picks up some liquidity, and then goes higher, gotta watch for that. But 52.9, that would be a good level, and that's it. Wow, look at this bounce. Okay, it's bouncing. No, it was not announced. It came out of nowhere, it seems like. And I'm not even I don't even know the details, like how it happened. I will have to read about it. You know. Way low. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this news, Dave, be careful. Be careful there. The news is actually, that could be, you know. There you go. David asking, is there going to be some discount? Please ask in English, because you and me both going to get, you know, booted from here. You got to be careful. I can tell you, David, you must stick around. All right. Stick around. Who knows? There's so many free stuff, and it's not my department. We are all in the hands of Abhishek and Danny and Magnus. That's all I can tell you. My YouTube handle, you can see it in the upper right corner. If you can see it, it's Tom Sabo Biz. So, or if you search for Tom Sabo on YouTube, Tom Sabo Biz, you will find me there. It's in the upper right corner. The same on X as well. I started out a TikTok channel as well, but it's a little bit slow yet. But how do you say money in Hungarian? I can tell you that, but we're going to keep on English, okay? So we say money pains. That's how we say it, pains. Pains. That's what we say. No, not that. Not pain, pains. Okay, not pain. Oh, well, if you say pains, it kind of gets closer, pains. But yeah, maybe that's the closest one. Pains. I don't know how to. Yeah, we're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it on the topic. You know, lack of money does pain. So yeah, that's true. All right, look at the bounce again. Don't tell me we did not talk about this. 170 points of bounce. If you were chasing it, this is exactly what you need to avoid. You know, this is exactly what you need to avoid. And yesterday, I told you guys that we had a great topic, an idea yesterday that we should be talking about, which is basically planning our trading journey, right? So I'd like to have a small discussion about this, like how should we plan our trading journey? Even if you're an experienced trader, right? You're getting those payouts, but especially when you're brand new or you're, you know, trying to get that first payout. So I think it's important to have like a plan for the journey, right? So that's why we need to talk about that. It's about the trade war, China tariffs and stuff. You know, you can look it up. I usually read financialjuice.com, and usually there are some good headlines there. But sometimes I read Bloomberg. You know, depends. So about planning the journey. So that's important, right? Because like unplanned traders don't fail because they're lucky. They fail because, you know, their actions don't line up with any destination, I would say so, because we got to have some sort of a destination, some sort of a goal in trading, not just profit wise. Okay. If you don't plan your trading journey, the market will plan it for you. Usually that's what happens. It's on Truth Social, but I think some news feeds already reposted it. So you're canceling your financial. They were really late. Oh, they said to my people they were checking. Well, you know, it's this thing about, you know, they were late on the tweet. Like imagine, I don't know how late were they, but President Trump made the tweet. Obviously, there are some observers who are always watching that account, and you know, it has to take like maybe a minute or 30 seconds if someone just posts it. So there is some time lag either way through social. Yeah. Kaboosh. Hey, Ethan, what's up? So I see. Okay. President, well, he's the president, so whether you like it or not, and I'm not going to be political, so no comments on either sides, but technically speaking, he's the president, so what can we tell? He's President Trump. So as I was saying about planning, okay, so you got to plan that journey, and that's why it matters for experienced and new traders as well. All right. Usually for a beginner trader, planning equals like protecting of the capital, focusing on repetition, and obviously need to define the edge to practice. That's what it means. And that's not that what it means, but that's why it also matters. Or don't buy too many indicators and keep you on the lane without overcomplicating your charts. But there are so many other things to it. More experienced traders, like for them, the plan is usually like sort of like an audit plus leverage. Like it exposes leaks, reduces the complexity creep, and creates clear rules for scaling, and in scaling in position size, risk, and everything. So it's definitely more complicated. Who's standing? Oh, that's the Scarface movie poster. I haven't put it on the wall yet. And what I meant to say about planning is I think there's kind of like a journey pyramid into this. So there's like a roadmap per se, if you want to build up your plan, which starts with the vision, right? When you're a trader, whether experienced or a new trader, everything starts with some sort of a vision, like what you want to achieve. For example, in 12 months, or like for 12 months, I'm going to trade A+ setups only with like 1% risk maximum, whatever. But it comes with some sort of a vision. And then from the vision comes the values. From the values, we move on to like the identity thing. And then we move on to have a system. And from a system, we move on to have a specific rule set for our entry model. And from the specific rule set, we're going to have our metrics for our entry model, right? And once we have our metrics, we look back and do the reflecting on our trades every week and every day, we can have the review. And once we have all this, then we can adapt to the market all the time. Like the market is usually changing. We do need to adopt, but this is kind of like a roadmap. So first comes the vision. Then we have to build up the values like capital preservation, patience, all this stuff. And of course, we have to build up some sort of an identity with the trading journey. Like, for example, I'm a rule-following risk manager who executes one plan only, or I'm going to execute the plan all the time, whatever it takes. And then comes the system, right? 1 or 2 setups per day. That's it. One instrument, one market. And there comes the rules. How much I risk per trade, the trade cap, all the usual things that we talked about. And then if you look back, you do the reflecting on your trades, then you will have the metrics. Were the rules followed? Scorecard and all those things. P&L, everything. Do the reviews daily, monthly, weekly. And obviously, when you're done with all that, all that's left is adapting. Anyway, I know it's a little bit seems like a dry thing, but it's important to understand that there is a roadmap to this, okay? Once you achieve your goals, there's going to be a lot of clarity on the top on your trading journey, but there's going to be constraints at the bottom because you got to start somewhere. And that's how it builds up one by one, okay? But let's just have a realistic timeline for your trading plan. For example, as I used to say, and that's why I like that Dave is doing the 1 micro challenge, and we're going to talk about that. For example, if you're new, the first 3 months, should be like the survival phase of the plan. So let's just say, like, let's put out a 12 months plan. Okay. If you're starting out in trading, let's talk about the next year, the next 12 months, and let's just break it down to parts. So the first 3 months is going to be the survival phase. One market, maybe even one time frame. I'm not saying like don't look at the other time frames, but narrow down your entries on just one single time frame. For example, 5 minute, 15 minute. Obviously, with the 15 minute, there's going to be less entries, but just keep it very simple. So one market, one time frame for entries, not for analysis. One setup, specific risk. Okay, low risk, most likely. Okay, that's phase one. All right. That's what you're going to do for the first 3 months. Nobody's going to do it, by the way, but I still want to say it because this is how it works. I wish someone would have told me. I wish I could have taken this more seriously when I started out back then. Exactly, Vignesh. This area is an absolutely no trade zone. So I know it's, as I say it, it's easy to say, but I know 3 months, especially in today's world, is a lot of time. And we are all, kind of battling with impatience, and it's hard to stay disciplined. But I'm very proud that we have Dave here also. And hopefully there are some others too who are doing this challenge for at least 30 days. Okay. And then comes, for example, the second phase. From the 3rd month to the 6th month, then you can add an extra scenario, like planning, understanding more of the context of the markets, ranging, trending markets, polishing up your entries, like optimizing your exits and entries. That's when you can start polishing a little bit your entries, tighten the risk maybe. So once you survive that first 3 months, then you can, in the second quarter, you can work on polishing those entries and understanding the concept, the context a little bit more, right? So, for example, you can use that time, your second quarter, to reduce, adding more rules. Reduce your system to keep it as simple as possible, and most likely shrink your drawdowns. Okay, work a little bit on the risk management. That would be the second quarter of the next 12 months that we're going to do. And for example, the third quarter, which could obviously go from the 6th month. Actually, that's not going to be a quarter, because that's going to be a second half of the 12 month. But let's just take it from the 6th month all the way to the 12 month. Now, that's going to be like so-called size the ladder with gates, I would say so. Like sizing the position, scaling properly, and do the proper risk management, because risk management is going to do the heavy lifting, as ICT said as well. Okay. If you want to, you might try to add a second setup, but sizing up with the proper position size, the earliest stage would be after the first 6 months. Okay, the first 6 months. I would say it would be better after the first 10 months or so. But you can keep trying to optimize, slowly scale up your positions after you did all the preparations in the first 6 months. That would be what you should do in the second half of the year. All right. And there should be a thing, I actually called it the Constitution of Risk. It's such a fancy name. The Constitution of Risk. The rules that's going to protect your journey. It's just the usual things that we talk about, like maximum daily loss, trade cap, how many trades a day, risk per trade, all the things, drawdown protocol. There should be a drawdown protocol. We talked about the drawdown protocol a lot. Like how many, for example, consecutive losses in a row, for example, a day or even a week. Or if you have a certain amount of loss during the week, then you should be cutting your risk 50% down for the next week. that should be also a drawdown protocol. If you're having a bad week, then okay, you look back, and for example, it's Friday. Now you look back on your week like, okay, is it a red week? Yeah, I was not following the plan, whatever. Then maybe if you see that the problem was with risk management, then definitely cut it down with 50%. That's just a drawdown protocol, okay? Obviously, the news and the no trade filters, that's also like, a part of the constitution of risk, okay? Because we don't trade the news. I don't care about the news. Hey, it's good to see you. So I do get this question a lot. Do I trade the news? No. And I don't really care about the news. Yes, I read the news. I know what's happening most of the time, but I don't care about the news release. For example, that should be like a basic filter in day trading. Why you want to, trade that, or that would be just gambling. And obviously with MyFundedFutures, you can, the core account, you can trade the news, if I know correctly, right? So you can trade the news on core account, but why? Why do you want to risk it? Why do you want to lose your funded account? Anyway, also there's something like the reset rule. For example, after you go on tilt, or the tilt triggers, like revenge trading, all that such, what would be the trigger for you to walk away? I had a long position at the market open, Jack, and nothing since then. So what I'm trying to say is that your risk constitution is your seatbelt, and you don't put, and you don't put it in the mid crash. Okay, it's too late for that. You got to do the preparations before. But obviously, you got to do some review on your trading as well. Like, I would say, those metrics that we talked about, like percentages wise as well, like win ratio, risk to reward ratio, average risk, per trade, all these things. These are the metrics that you really need to journal. These are super important. Time in the trade, for example, we never really talked about that, but how much time you spend in a trade. That's also a metric that you should follow up. And if you're not journaling your each and every trade, then I have a good news for you, because MyFundedFutures has an amazing dashboard. You can follow so many things and data. Green, what's up? So there's so many data that you can follow, which helps you, okay? Pre-trade checklist, we talked about that, right? Emotional violations, emotional state of mind, like IRL stuff, all these things, okay? And of course, there's a lot more to it, planning the journey. I was just, mentioning some smaller details, which are not, by the way, like small things. We do need to care about these things, but these are just part of the whole equation, because there's so many puzzle pieces to this. I would also say that there is some manifestation thing as well in planning the journey, like focus attention. And when you focus the attention, that's going to shape your behavior, okay? That kind of helps. You can also write down simple things. Yesterday I said this, write a 2-line, I don't know, identity script or something for yourself. Like, I'm calm, rule-driven trader. I'm going to wait for my entries. All these things. These are super important. These are important. And obviously the visualization, I used to call it like meditating, which, I'm not really calling it meditation. When I get up, I usually get up around 6 a.m. in the morning, or 5:30, usually. I go out, sit down in the living room on the couch. I just, listen to the silence, kind of trying to focus for the day. And I'm not saying I'm doing this every single day, but I definitely do it a couple of times. Fading time, what up? Do you think one account is better overall for newer people or people? Yes. Fading time. If one account, if you're a new trader, and that's a very good question. Thank you for asking. That's absolutely good for new traders. Yes. 2 account is still good too. If you had a great setup on one account, and obviously do not copy trade, okay? So you can go with, for example, 2 evaluation accounts if you're brand new in trading. If you had an absolutely great setup on one account, then what I would just do, and if you still feel like, and you still have time from the session, there's still a chance for a better setup, then switch to the second account and maybe take a trade on that one. That's also kind of like a risk diversification, right? So 1, maybe 2 account if you're new. I'm now talking about evaluations, okay? Tom started dipping your face in an ice bulb. No, I'm not going to do that. I saw that. That's not my thing, okay? That's not my thing. And by the way, I totally forgot to say, if you haven't already did so, I mean, please do like the stream, like the stream, hit the like button, and please share the link. We need to push those likes for the YouTube algorithm. MyFundedTV is an excellent community here. So hit the like button, smash the like button, because there's so many good stuff and freebies at MyFundedTV. And of course, because it's Friday, I cannot mention that and repeat that. Like, if you already in the green, no more trades today. If you ended up in the red, no more trades today. It's Friday, so don't force anything. Don't force it. There could be just a huge bounce here as well, another 200 points higher. Nobody can tell. It's a coin flip here. All right. Liking the scream. Not, I told you not the scream, the stream. Slightly incoherent. Yeah. Done. All right. Yeah, no more trades Friday. Yeah. The Friday PM session can actually make you or break you. If you spend too much time in front of the charts, the PM session can actually break you. There you go. Achi, absolutely. If you're down on the day, you did what you could. The only thing you can do is reflect on the day, on the week, but please do not push the button. You know, Friday PM session is not going to, you know, make it back for your mistakes that you made throughout the week. It's not going to, if you're in a, I don't know, I mean, if you were on a losing streak, for example, throughout the week, the Friday PM session is not going to save you. I'm sorry to say that. Yes, mathematically it can. If there's a drop like this and you full port it, which you should not do, but it's not going to save you. All right. It's just not. Helpful. I like it. I'm not even, I like that. Oh my God. Okay, let's move on. That's Crazy Friday. I can laugh on this one. Oh my God. I like it. Okay, let's move on. Been there, done that. Yeah, got burned. So yeah, so if your Friday AM session was not with the results that you expected, just look back for the week. Wherever you are, if you're break even on Friday lunch hour, that's one more reason not to do anything. If you're in the green, that's your reason not to do anything. If you're in the red, then that's the most important part. If you're in the red throughout the week and by Friday lunch hour, remind yourself that you're not going to be able to make it back in the PM session, okay? At least statistically speaking, you're not going to be able to, and don't force it. It's just going to make more damages, statistically speaking. All right. Chat knows it. Yeah. So as I was saying, like, there's nothing wrong with manifestation, you know, meditating, writing down a few positive words. Okay. That's it. And of course, the affirmations. that's going to turn into actions, right? For example, I respect my stop. You can, for example, if you're using DX feed, you can lock yourself out. I love that function, by the way. It's going to give you a hard stop on the platform. That's actually great. I know you can do it on TradeAway too, but if any one of you guys are using the DX feed, you can find this function on the dashboard at MyFundedFutures dashboard, on the trading dashboard somewhere, so you can lock yourself out. For example, another affirmation: I'm gonna trade patiently. Okay, trade cap, alerts, all that things. So that can be helpful. I think it's on TradeAway, right? I haven't traded with TradeAway since a while, but I think it's built in somewhere in the settings. Anyway, there are some things as a checklist that we talked about, which is also part of the journey. Sleep more than 7 hours, not like me. I have a sleeping issue, by the way. So I used to sleep like 5 hours, maybe 6. I mean, I need to sleep like more than 7. I think that would be the proper. What type of sunglasses do you have prepared today? I don't know. Oh, here it is. Here are my the same, same sunglasses for the party. The same sunglasses. Here they are. Right? I have it. This is not a Rolex. If anyone wants to know what type of wristwatch I'm wearing, I don't know if you can see it, but just to tell you what car I'm driving, can you see the emblem on the watch? Oh yeah, right. That kind of tells you what car do I like. Exactly. So yeah. And I bought this watch like 15 years ago. Imagine that. This watch is like 15 years old. And I like it. I like it. It doesn't have any nothing. It's a very basic one. Yeah, maybe it should be. Okay, anyway, let's get back to planning the journey, right? Yeah, so you need to sleep, of course. You need to be prepared for the actual day's bias, right? That's also important. Key higher time frame levels being marked, so higher time frame analysis, all these things. News windows must be blocked. No trading at the news. My first BMW buy low was a 524 TD, a 1991. Imagine that. And the color was red. That car, I don't even want to say it had so many failures. I was so glad that I sold that. I bought that car when I was 18 years old. Imagine 18 years old with a BMW. I thought that I have the world. The world is mine. That's why I have Tony Montana in the back. But anyway, so as I was saying, no trading at the news. You got to set the risk properly. Where do you think the market goes now, Bob? There's a 50% chance that it's going to drop down to that 633 sell side. No idea. Launch hour, lowest probability setups. The range right now is like 60 points, which is not that bad, but the 1 minute candles are pretty much overlapping. So there's no displacement. If there would be a displacement, so if you really want a plan, I'm going to help you out here, but it's not financial advice. I'm not giving financial advice. This is just what I would do. If this would be the first minute of the day where I would sit down and trade and look for some setups, my plan to go along would be a target of 996 up there, 24,996, because there is a supply zone on the 5 minute right there. So there's a supply zone. That would be one plan. And to go there, I would love to see, because the distance is quite big here, like 180 points. So in order to get there, I want to see this 913 to be broken with an up close candle. as long as we are still going to be in this range, I don't care about anything. So that would be the plan, to go higher. I think we still have the range for at least a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. If the market, let me just put this here. If the market would do something like this, right? And maybe find some sort of a fair value gap on a pullback anywhere in this area. And you can go with a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. I mean, not you. That's what I would do. Okay. 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio somewhere here, depending on if there's a swing low somewhere along the way. Okay. So this would be one plan. And the other plan would be obviously the opposite way, to go for that 633, but we need a down close candle below this. So that would be something like this, kind of like the same scenario. At least a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio somewhere along the way. Use a swing high as a stop. So something like this. This would be, as long as we are staying in this area. Let me give a different color to it. Yeah, this will do. Who cares? As long as we, it's not bad. As long as we stay in this area, no trade at all. So this is the plan. Okay, short plan, long plan here. Nothing more. Because my problem is that even if the market creeps higher and breaks this 850-ish area and higher, we still need to go through this swing high here. But there's a very nice 5-minute zone up there, and we have a 4-hour zone low here. Both are good targets, and if you can see it currently, distance here is 170. Oh yeah, almost like we're in the middle. So you just have to wait, which as I explained it, I think last week we talked about that. No, 2 weeks ago we talked about this. If you want to create an exit strategy, then this is an exit strategy, even if you haven't traded today at all. So the only excuse for you, if you haven't traded that much, I mean, at all today, and you want to push the button, then this would be a plan. At least for me, if as I said, if this would be the first minute for me to sit down and look for something, the only problem with this setup is that as much as I did a lot of back testing, and this is the end of the lunch hour here. So 1 p.m. right there. So if either of these moves happen in lunch hour, that's going to be a low probability setup. The worst trades that I had, that I backtested like a lot, and I took a lot. Statistically, the worst trades are happening in the lunch hour. I know many of you guys would be, debating with me on that, and that's good for you. If any one of you can make constantly good trades and entries in the lunch hour, awesome. I salute you and I respect you. But as much as I backtested the lunch hour, that's a no trade zone for me. So that's the only problem with this. If this sideways action would last until 1 p.m. and then happens the move, that would be even better. That would be better. So that's just the plan. Okay, any questions about this? Let me know. Could you show ES? Yeah, sure. Yeah, why not? Let's check ES. I'm not trading ES as you guys know it, but yeah, let's check on the higher time frames. Oh, did she? Okay. I thought that that's going to be a surprise. I told on my stream that we're going to have a celebrity on the London session. If launches when low probability setups secure, do the setups which are typically low probability become higher? What? Do the setup which are typically low probability become higher probability? Well, kind of an interesting question. No, they won't. Is the simple answer. So they won't. Just remember, launch hour always has low probability setups, basically. So always low probability setups during launch hour. Soybean. No, William, I have no thoughts. Yeah, let me check ES real quick. Let me see the low here. This is the 4-hour chart, 57.25, 57. Okay, so this did not take made a new low. Nothing on the daily. So no zone here. Nothing on ES. One thing's for sure, I would not go short on ES. The only thing is that we have some relative equal lows here. So we can put like a level right there at 66.57. Interesting how price didn't go for that level. So let's search for, we do have actually a 5-minute zone on ES as well. So ES, almost the same scenario. This is the 5-minute supply zone up there. And this is relative equal lows at 57. If I would have to choose right now, I think ES wants to sweep that 66.57 because of those relative equal lows on the 4-hour chart, right? Yeah, and also seen on the 1-hour, 4-hour, most likely on the 1-hour. So if you see this area back here in September 26, yeah, this here, that looks absolutely juicy right there. 66.57, and it's so close. Obviously it would be logical to go down and sweep that level, but nowadays who knows what's the logic behind the markets. That's the question. So I would like to and as for an entry level, because it's just so close, look at the range. Even if I zoom in on the 1 minute, maybe with a down close candle below 66.50, whatever, if you still can go with the 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, at least you can go for it, but it's not an advice. Maybe that's what I would do if I would be desperate to take out that 57 area. And on the upside, the trigger would be this right there. That level is somewhere around 67.05, sorry. Until reaching that 67.05, I would not be doing anything on the long side. But if it goes through, then why not go for the zone? That's it. That's it about ES. Yeah, so we'll see. 6-7, what's up? Oh, there was a sneaky code again. What happened? You're welcome, Bob. Absolutely. Stream lagged. I haven't checked it. On my end, everything looks good. I'm also following the stream live. So yeah, congratulations to the winners. So anyway, I know I dipped into a little bit of trading the journey. I mean, planning the trading journey and everything. But I think I'm going to, finish up that topic next week. I don't know how much. Oh, I have like 7 minutes still. So we talked a little bit about this and that, everything. If you have any questions regarding setups, risk management, let me know. I think this is a great plan, by the way. Unfortunate that, the best would be to wait until 1 p.m. So thank you, Christian. Thank you. 5-second delay. Oh no. You got to be fast. Yeah, I know. Bring back XP. Everybody wants more. Yeah. So I was, as I was saying, there are some preparation. Look at this. Now it's moving high a little bit. Yeah, I'm trying to look at some levels here on my other screen as well. Anyway. Yeah, and by the way, a quick look on gold. I totally forgot. I'm trying to keep myself updated with gold as much as possible. Because mostly because of the London session. If NQ tends to not do anything, then I always look into what's happening on gold. So in this case, well, yeah, we have that fair value gap. This was the pullback. Let me go to the 15-minute chart. So based on the 15-minute, it's still bullish. That kind of a big pullback here on gold. I thought that this is going to keep on going to that 52.9. And there is no zone at the downside here. No matter what I look here, let's see. Yeah, nothing. I'm not going to, so whatever happens here, I mean, if it keeps going lower, I'm definitely not going to do anything with gold, even if this would not be a Friday. This is not something I would be interested in. The only thing that kind of interesting is that we have relative equal lows from yesterday right there. But otherwise, nothing. The only thing that would be interesting to me is to go long into that 15-minute supply zone. I don't know what's happening. Were there any other comments regarding the China tariffs or whatever? I guess everybody wants to know the news. But I guess it would be more exciting because over the weekend there could be anything happening with the trade war. So we'll see how it goes. So again, congratulations to the winners. Congratulations. Yeah, NQ went a little bit, but it's still not enough. So this is just still not enough to take a trade. We're still in the same range. That's the problem. Still in the same range. Consistent investor, welcome. Hello there. I think we can go into the moon after that drop. It could be. So that's why, like, these were just comments from President Trump. And, you know, it was a great opportunity for the market to sweep more liquidity. And, you know, why not just bounce all the way back up? I think there's a lot of sell orders still, working. Pushing it, trying to push it below that 633 level, but because it's Friday, you never know. You never know. Because they have no idea what's going to happen over the. Yeah, exactly. That's a good. Yeah. So there could be profit taking. On especially in the PM session, so might see some more surge on liquidity volume. Profit taking could be happening. We'll see. Will be interesting to observe that. Yeah, exactly. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel, everybody. But it feels like now NQ is just unplugged. Yeah. I would definitely be curious how the Sunday Open is going to go. Is there going to be a gap there? I mean, usually when this thing happens, like maybe, you know, President Trump is going to call President Xi and they're going to have a conversation over the weekend. Who knows? I don't know. But maybe they're, you know, imagine having a completely opposite comment throughout the weekend. Like, okay, we talked everything through. Yeah, we're going to have some understanding, and the market is going to skyrocket on the Sunday open. Who knows? It's kind of a difficult forecast about how is it going to go, but you know, it is what it is. So yeah, and because I only have 1 minute left, so I just want to say thank you for the week, everybody. The chat was amazing, and everybody was amazing. The hosts, you know, special thanks to the mods, Abhishek, Denny, and Magnus. You guys are amazing. You guys are just amazing, and everybody in the chat. This was an awesome week. I think we learned a lot, and thank you for all the support, all the positive vibes. And as I said, you know, usually, I mean, I stream, not just usually, I stream every day also in London and New York session. If you guys want to have some good conversations, you're always welcome to subscribe to my channel as well. We used to have some great discussions and some good trades as well. So overall, I'm positive on the week, secured some payouts. Next week, I think we're going to have more payouts. So yeah, let's keep printing that money, you know. And I just want to say, like, if you traded already during the AM session, and no matter how you ended up, green or red, this is just, you know, obviously stick around for Matt's session, not just because of the freebies, but also because lots of values, and Matt is just killing it. Really, he is really the market killer and the money printer. There really is awesome values. So stick around, and yeah, it's just amazing. And for next week, I already have some good ideas, some good topics that we're going to talk about. And yeah, there's my yeah. Thank you for sharing my YouTube handle, Abhishek. Thank you very much. You guys are amazing. So we are all winning. So I must say that September was absolutely a slow month for me, but October is definitely better. Could be better, but it always gets better. And next week is going to be better than ever. That's going to be the best week of the whole year. And it just gets better and better as we go to Christmas, right? By the way, yeah. Halloween is almost here, and then comes Christmas. Maybe I should get some Halloween costume for the stream when it comes. Who knows? Yeah. Oh yeah, I heard. Yeah. I was watching that. I think he's gonna win, or it's done already, right? I think he won the competition. I'm gonna ask him. Amazing. Hey everybody, welcome. The Rocket Scooter fan is already here. Good to see you guys. Hey, Matt, Raphael, hello. And oh, yeah, Raphael was here as well. Somebody, what's up? Yeah. Yeah. I did great. I mean, I'm in the positive. All my funded accounts, technically. Sorry, I just got a text message. Magnus was testing. I completely forgot that there is no MyFunded TV on Monday. Yeah. So what I want to say, you know, recharge. That's what's most important. Spend some time with family, friends, your spouse, whoever, you know. That's what matters the most. Matt is around. Don't worry. He's here. Because he's printing money. That's why. He's printing money. He's busy. He's a busy man. You know, when someone is at the top, you know, that's how it goes. Yeah, I mean, definitely use the weekend. A little bit of a break away from trading is always a good thing. You know, I know I did not short this one. Actually, I was long at the market open, but I'm glad that I ended up in the green, so I was also surprised on this. But as I said, this would be my plan and nothing else if I would sit down to trade now, and better to wait for 1 p.m. But if you traded already, then you're done. You're definitely done. Yeah, so Monday is going to be a holiday. I completely forgot. Yeah, I just got the message from Magnus. Yeah. I will look into that, by the way, just saying. So I will look into that. It's kind of interesting. So I will go into. Yeah, it's going up there. Yeah, exactly, Bob. Yeah, there will be market open. Yeah, the markets, I mean, you can still trade the markets, obviously. We got this. Exactly. We got this. Is there a holiday on Monday? I think there is. Let me check it. Hold on. Let's see. Forex Factory. No. USD bank holiday. Okay. Yeah. USD bank holiday. So you gotta be prepared for that. Okay. Completely forgot. Yeah, that's good to know. So definitely that, slow Monday, definitely got to size down. No over risking, nothing extra. Just low risk. Bond market is closed. Yeah. Columbus Day. Yeah, it is. Oops, no, not this one. Let's look at this other level. I had this line here. I'm going to put this right there. And right there. Okay. So the level that I would be looking for before even considering a short would be that 740. And as I said, that 633 would be something. Thanksgiving in Canada. Ah, okay. That's going to be interesting. But, oh, here it comes. Body lights. Oh, come on. Oh, there it goes. It's working. Let's go, everybody, sing it. This music, man. I love it. I love this. The man is here. Can we say that the winner is here? Is it confirmed yet? And he's still muted. I think.
Oh, my bad.
So, are you the winner, or is it confirmed yet?
I don't know yet.
You
We won't know
yet.
till later on today.
Oh, okay. But that's amazing. Like so much profits, and the way. I mean, that's just amazing result. So I don't know how you did it. Obviously, we know how you did it because you're Matt. So that's how you did it. But I don't know how. Last time I checked on the tab, you were like making a lot, like 75K or something, 78. I don't know. That was a lot.
Yep. It's been like such an incredible ride, man. Like the leaderboard was updated 5 minutes before the Trump thing.
Mhm.
And at that point, I was in the lead, but you don't know how many people full ported that short You don't know if I full ported that short. See, I have my P&L hidden today because I don't want people to know what I did. So maybe I did. Maybe I'm up 300K. Maybe I blew up. We won't ever know at the end of the day.
Oh my
all
God.
The rest all the rest of my accounts I'm pretty good in. So like I had made some decent trades pre-market, but yeah, BDH, it's a secret. So I'll let you guys know at the end of the day.
All right. Well, this was quite an amazing drop, and so yesterday I was like, oh man, we should see some sort of a dumpage here, and now we got it. And it's just amazing how aggressively the market reacted to President Trump's tweets, like about whatever. I think it can turn around still. I think the market can just anticipate it as kind of a correction and then just go higher. Who knows? Next week, maybe on Monday, there's going to be a tweet like, hey, we had a good phone call. We sorted it out and we're going to work on a new deal. And now the market is just going to skyrocket another 500 points. Who knows? But anyway, like, this could be just a usual pullback on a 4-hour or daily chart, but still amazing. Like on what was the 4-hour? Actually, let me get my things here. The 4-hour dropped down 661 points. Amazing drop. Anyway, we'll see. So, any plans for the rest of the day, Matt? Anything?
Yeah, I might only stream a little bit in the afternoon because I'm so excited to play Battlefield 6. You know what I'm saying?
I heard that. You know, I was thinking to buy that, and it seems like you know more about computers than I do. So I have an old computer, an i7-8700 CPU, and a 2070 Ti. Can I still play that game or something? Because
i7. Wait, what was the
i7-8700? I bought this computer at 2018, and I have a 2070.
I was going to say that's almost 8 or 9 years old by now. 2000. I looked at 2017. What kind of graphics card do you have? That's like
I have a 2070 Ti because I had a 2080 GTX which actually broke, and then I changed it to a 2070 Ti 5 years ago. But I have 32 gigabytes RAM, so I can still play that game. Maybe, who knows?
Yeah. No, your computer is like the equivalent of a Toyota Camry. It's gonna last for 30 years. You're gonna put like 300,000 miles on it, and it's still gonna be good. It might still run it because you have the Ti version of the 2070, but you might not be able to run it on like full graphics, but you'll still be able to run it. I think that CPU. I'm still surprised it's still working. Intel CPUs that are that old usually burn out, but
yeah. I need to get a new computer.
I'm gonna pass this computer down to his grandkids.
I will do that. Yeah. I will definitely.
Honestly, dude, you could go get like a new gaming laptop for like less than $2,000. It doesn't even have to be like the 5080. You can get the 4000 series laptops for just like $2,000, and you can play every game that comes out the next 10 years with it. Like,
nice.
But yours should kind of be okay if you just play it on low settings. You shouldn't be fine.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna look for you. I'm gonna look for you in the game. All right. We'll find you. We'll see.
I'll be standing over your dead body.
Okay. All right. We'll see. Everybody's gonna. I think. Yeah, we just talked about that earlier. Like everybody's gonna play that game over the weekend. It seems like it.
It's gonna be fun. Yeah, on my Discord, you guys can hop in my Discord, and we're gonna do like squads and stuff all afternoon, evening. We're gonna have like a fun community event about it. So.
Dude, I might gonna join you guys. Who knows? We'll see. Yeah. All right. I'm going to take off, everybody. Thank you so much, chat. This was an amazing week. Thank you. Thank you again for the positive vibes, for the good conversations, the questions, everything. It was amazing. And yeah, it seems like Magnus sent me a message that there's going to be no stream on Monday. So that means we're going to see each other on Tuesday, I guess. So, Matt, I wish you a great session, an awesome weekend to you too as well. And, all the best. And I guess we see each other on Tuesday, if not in Battlefield. Who knows? All right.
All right, bud. Take it easy.
All right. Cheers, everyone.
How you guys doing? Well, that was a turn of events. So let me tell you. I'm in first place in the BDH tournament. First place. And then Trump came out with a big tweet, right? Just letting you guys know, all of my accounts, just FYI, I can't show it because I don't want people to know what I've done because of the tournament's on the line. But I promise you, All of my trading accounts today are green. All of them. Every single one of them is green. I'm trying to look for updates of the tournament. So the BDH account, did I blow it up? Did I make 300,000? Now remember, I made 75,000 on a day that dropped half the distance of today. Did I lose the whole thing? Did I triple the size? We don't know. But let me tell you, at the end of the day, hopefully we win. Here's what I'm going to do if I win. You guys ready for this? If I win the $10,000, I will give the entirety of it to the MyFundedFutures community. I will get them to sell me accounts at like a fraction of the cost. I will buy 1,500, whatever they'll let me buy, and I will give every single account to you guys for supporting this channel. I will give 100% of the prize money to the community. I don't need it. I want you guys to keep crushing it out there. And so y'all better root that I win. I don't know how much they're going to give me, but I asked them, I said, how much can I buy for $10,000? I'll text Matt Leach himself about it. And they were like, oh, okay. And they seem to say, great idea. So we'll figure out what it turns out being. But I want you guys to be excited because that's what I'll do if I win. And I also said to celebrate, I'll give all my employees bonuses just for fun. They all been working so hard. But yeah, so however many they give me, if they give, pretend they give me like 100, pretend they give me 1,000. If they give me like, you know, if I can give away 20 or 30 accounts a day to you guys with that money, I'd be glad to. That's like 6 accounts. Can I see the leaderboard? Yeah, so the leaderboard, I am in first place, Chris. I've been in first place the whole week. But this last day, the funniest thing is the last trading competition that I won was the exact same thing. I was trading Elite Trader Funding's trader competition. There was 1,000 people that entered that thing. And that was in October of last year. And it was a month-long contest. And I was in first place up until the last day as well. And I'll go back and show you, if it's still on my chart, what that last day looked like. I can remember. Yeah, it was here. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can go back to the day. It was last year in 2024. And the same thing happened. It was like a nice, clean, easy month. Oh, wait, this is daily chart right here. All the way back to October of last year. And the last day of the competition, the last day, the 31st, the market just tanked. And I was sitting there all day sweating the leaderboard. I was like, oh my God, somebody full port YOLO'd and shorted this and bumped me out of first. It was neck and neck. Now, just to spoil a surprise, I did win that competition. There was thousands of people entering it and I got first place. But I was sweating it on the last freaking day of the month, the 31st. That was the biggest sell-off day we had over the entirety of the contest. And it was just like today where the market just opened, you know, nice and chill, nice and bullish. And then all of a sudden it dumps. And so anything can happen on the last day. Anybody could full port. Anybody could YOLO this. But man, if somebody got in at the right time, the right drop, they made a fortune. Right. So we'll see. But if I win, I'm donating it to you guys. So that's what I'm going to do. And thanks for all your generosity for us, for supporting me, supporting this channel, supporting the growth. The link to the leaderboard is here. It's let me give it to you guys. Hold on. That's the one. That's the leaderboard link. So we'll see. Did a surprise short? Don't know. But today I'm kind of like being hush hush about everything. Now, again, just to show you guys my real trading accounts. Hold on. I can't show you the BDH contest one, but allow me to. Hold on one second. I'm gonna get a screenshot of all my P&L today, just so you guys know. Just quickly, because I always show you guys my trades. Winning streak continues. Today was fucking great. Everything I did today was green. It's another 20K up. It's incredible. I only took a long here and took a loss in 2 accounts, and then I made it back here and turned them both green. So, or made it back in through here and turned them green. Other than that, I've been sitting out. Nothing else left to do. So, yeah, so I'm still up for the day. I didn't get caught upside down in this. If there's a hint on my BDH performance, I'll give you guys a hint. I didn't blow it up. That's all I'm going to say. I was leaderboard update like twice a day, dude. It's horrible. It makes me so anxious because I want to see it in real time. Like I want to know where I stand, but unfortunately I don't know. All right. So we'll see what turns up. How many of you guys today traded this? My question number 1 and question number 2. Did you catch the short? Somebody says wink if I'm up 300K. Oh, wait, that was a blink. Or was that 2 winks? I don't know. So, yeah, so that's the secret. Either way, did you short or were you short when Trump came through with this crazy Chinese Trump bickering news? I'm going to tell you, we've been through the same song and dance with Trump and China. I swear to God, they like sit there and they go, okay, let's short everything and then let's like pretend to have a fight. And then we'll make the money. Because it's like they're going to be fighting for like a week and then they're going to make up and the market's going to pop the other way. This is 2017 all over again. If you've been trading as long as I have, this was exactly the same song and dance, Trump and China from his first administration. You know what I mean? In a week, they'll be like, we worked it out. You know? They'll figure something out. Wall Street was just needing an excuse to move this market. As we talk about our magic number, VIX being above 1718, it's a very solid lesson for today. And I'm going to give you guys some sauce. Okay, let me make this full screen that you can see it. Never, ever, ever, ever in your trading career have you seen the VIX month look like this. Remember when I tell you guys my magic VIX number is very telling of the market sensitivity to news. VIX has been sitting above 1718 for a long time without decaying. Normally, VIX will jump above the contango midpoint and then start to decay as time went by. Okay? Up, then down, up, then down, up, then down. Up, then down, right? VIX never, and I mean never, sits flat. It never sits flat. Never. It's in perpetual decay. The times it has sat flat, and I mean the times it has sat flat, it's usually a scary sell-off even immediately or after a pop at some point. I got to find some times when it did it. Oh, here's the time when it did it, right? Where the market just doesn't move down. Like you just sit here and it's flat and it's flat and it's flat and it's flat. It is winding up for something to happen, and it's a hair trigger matching the gas tank, and then it goes boom, right? That's what happened. And the last time this was 2019. You don't normally see VIX sit there. And all week and all month, actually, I've been saying the market is winding up either for today or this week, or maybe next month is going to be crazy. This is winding up. There's a reason VIX isn't coming down. It's not that something happened today. It's that somebody knew something was going to happen today ahead of time. This was very unusual. It's like the world was prepping, or Wall Street was prepping for something like this. What are the chances of insider people trading this stump? Do you understand that that's what I'm hinting at right now? Suspicious. Oh, surprise news in Wall Street. Do you think that was a surprise for people? Who was loading up on VIX contracts all month? Randomly. VIX trying to decay, but it's somehow people are loading up on VIX, planning for unusual volatility. The VIX is the 1 month in the last 7 years where the VIX has not decayed. You'll see that? See, seems like Trump and whoever knew this weeks ago. I mean, you just have to understand this, right? You can see evidence of Wall Street shenanigans for a while. The VIX, while building up support, it just seemed like there was just people loading up on it for the last 3 or 4 days. Just those big, massive dips we had with bull market. People grabbing that VIX. And the way that you know it's inside is that it wasn't an everybody doing it thing. The VIX was popping up all the time, and VVIX wasn't moving above 100. It was the weirdest thing. I kept saying, why is the VIX trapped here? Normally when VIX rallies, VVIX goes up. VIX was rallying because nobody was paying attention. Just a couple people were starting to load up. This is like a couple big firms. I don't know, insiders all last couple weeks. VIX was high and VVIX was not. VVIX would be high if everybody's spontaneously jumping in on the news, kind of like this, right? This caused that to go up. But these 7 or 8 days didn't cause it to go up. I'm sorry you can't see because my face is in the way. But the idea is this is 100% insider information, right? That's all that it is. You see this all the time. There's the evidence of it. Like we're just sitting here watching those bumps in VIX and it's not even moving. VVIX is staying still. So that is what it is. Crazy, right? One second. There was news like 2 days ago. Yeah, so it's clear that somebody knew something. This is the most unusual VIX month we've had. That's the thing I was telling everybody. This is the most unusual VIX month, so I don't even know. Now, for the rest of the day, let me give you guys a lesson. Now, in the Rocket Scooter platform, this is what I use. If you go down to this bottom table and you open up this thing that says Risk Interval DD tab, if you go down to each contract, like S&P for an example is here, there's a number that says 5750. What that means is that's a structure point. Anytime the market moves on an event, the first thing it does is it tries to span that distance to see where the liquidity is. That's the maximum stretch you'll usually see on the first run in an event. And if you move at least 5750, the market falls apart as it's continuing to fall apart. You'll see that? So keep this in mind, that our risk interval that we talk about, these bands and everything that we show, is very rare that you get an event that drops the market so much. And it's such a clean, exact pivot The moment the market falls apart in structure is the minute that you break through that level. As you see, we fell and fell and fell and fell. And the first thing it did was, let me make this a little bigger, is it bounced S&P or NASDAQ from 130 all the way up to 196. It fell and fell and fell and fell, then bounced 60 points in like a second. And then it continued to fall. And when you broke this, there's additional high volume. Let me make this bigger so I can see it. When you finally broke through, this is that one single distance that table tells me. When you break through, you see how the volume continues to go up, and then now it's just sort of like spiky all day long. The minute that you break through this distance on a single event, we have a rule: automatically sit out. It's one of the best rules I teach people. It's one of the things that people say that makes my boot camp so valuable, because we teach people down here. There's a rule that says sit out no matter what. There's a handout for it. It's so consistent at what it does. I don't know where my handout actually is. Where is that? Browser tab somewhere. Oh, here it is. Oh, sorry, it's in my Discord. This one handout that we give out that talks about this, and it's extremely important. Whenever the market is irrational, what is characterized by it is you're going to have random sporadic volume. You're going to have random bursts of volatility. The bid and ask is going to be all over the place, like this. It's almost impossible to trade. The NASDAQ is going to break all structure. My normal 40-point stop and 10-point stop in S&P is no longer the thing. Candles are moving hundreds of points in a single second or single minute. The rule is when a catalyst is active to the downside below that pink line, I sit out every single time. It is such a good, now the longs I had, when it dumped like this, I just immediately shut the door. I was like, I'm out of this. I don't know what's going on. And then it fell, then it fell, then it fell, then it fell. And then that's what happened. Down in here, no trading. You see how the market has just fallen apart and it's volatile all over the place? This is newbie trading. If right here you're trying to be a hero, like let me buy the dip, let me do whatever. Right now, I'm not blowing my accounts up. I'm waiting and I'm just doing nothing. And I'm totally okay with doing nothing. Maybe I'm day trading the BDH, you don't know. But in my actual accounts, nothing. It's a very solid, predictable, high volume pivot that has saved my life, my trading life, so many times. You came, but look at the hourly support on S&P was exactly 67.40. It's a number that's based on margin requirements. Our stuff hacks margin requirements. And you can see that the S&P, the first thing that it did was fall to that level and try to hold that level. And when that level broke, structure fell apart. What do I mean by structure falling apart? Everybody in chat, do you see this? This was the burst of the event. And then what happened right here? Do we all see this? This is the perfect example of structure being broken. Do we all see that? What happened there? This is margin calls and chaotic and what you're dealing with right now. And the break of exactly this line is based off of our tools in Rocket Scooter. This is what makes our stuff so solid, because it's an exact number that's based on basically the math behind the actual machine. The CME group created this number. And when you break through that distance, the market falls apart. Okay, this is a great example of structure broke. Structure. How do you spell that word? Structure. I'm going to take a screenshot of this too. Structure breaks here. You see how that volume ramped up a second time? Let me draw that a little bit better. And so that is one risk interval break. Move from starting point. We call it anchor point. I'll give you guys this lesson. I'm going to actually take a screenshot and post it up here. It's the anchor. The anchor is just where the anchor falls into the water, the meteor smashes into the ground. The event, anchor. Okay. When you lose that structure point, you can guarantee the market's going to be irrational for the rest of the day. You know what the most beautiful part about it is? I made 20K and I'm not losing a dime of it. See, risk management, a good trading strategy has market avoidance built into it. Not showing you guys my BDH P&L. It's $1 million. I made $1 million on that account, maybe, or maybe not. Maybe I'm lying. But I was green all day. I had 2 accounts that got caught up in this, and I ultimately fought them back. I was trading micros down in here, even though we don't trade down in here by rule set. I can still trade micros to take a little bit of risk. And even 2 micros is making $1,000 every couple of minutes. It's crazy. So a rule of thumb, you prop traders out there, when I say a catalyst is active, I really mean it. I don't put a much risk on the table at all. And I can put this in the boot camp here. That's actually good. I'm actually going to put this in the boot camp channel as well for you guys. Good deal. Did y'all learn something today? I always promise you guys I'll teach y'all something every day. And there's nothing. Once structure is broken, and that line is that purple line right here, you throw everything out. Like, you don't use any tools anymore. You just let the market die and you go play Battlefield 6 and have fun. Does anybody here use Rocket Scooter successfully? Somebody asked in chat. Members or people in chat are asking if you use Rocket Scooter successfully. All right, here is my Discord for you guys that want to play Battlefield later. Just go to the gaming channel, and I'll throw in my my CMIDs in there somewhere. So people are answering your question, bud. I asked them. Looks like people are saying yeah and stuff. Somebody said 10K in payouts last month. They went from never getting a single payout to getting multiple payouts in less than 3 months after finding Rockseer platform. Not a member, but definitely use the overnight levels in Discord. Very cool. You're building your PC this weekend. Let's go. What do you? Hey, what kind of graphics card are you getting? What kind of PC are you building? You don't have a nuclear rig to run PF6. It's pretty crazy. But I'll tell you, I just got a 5090 in March on a laptop. When they finally came out with 5090s on laptops, I was the first person to get it. The very first one that they released was MSI, and I got it. Dude, the laptop was crazy. It was $4,000. Well, actually, it's $5,000. But Micro Center had like $1,000 discount, and I pre-ordered it. So, I got for $4,000. And a laptop is like half of the power of the desktop GPU, and the laptop GPU, dude, runs that game so smooth. Like, I'm gonna tell you, the virtual frames on the new graphics cards is like a game changer. It uses AI to generate additional frames in gaming. So imagine playing like I was playing Call of Duty Black Ops 7 beta at 4K, highest resolution, 370 frames a second with frame generation. Yeah, with like 4x frame gen, 370 at 4K full res. Like, it's the smoothest experience I've ever had in a game in my life. And like, that AI frame generation is a game changer. It's even more of a game changer than like DLSS was. Which was that sort of like dynamic smoothing sort of thing that they would do. Incredible. So anyways, the 5,000 graphics cards, actually the 4,000 I think has that as well. But the next gen graphics cards with the frame generation is 100% worth the cost. Input lag, none. It was incredible. This laptop, I bought the laptop because I travel and stream. But I was like, but sometimes I game when I travel. So I always buy, my last laptop was like a 3080 Ti when it first came out. So it's time for an update. And they don't have 5080 Ti. So I got the 5090, which is very overkill unless you're streaming 4K. So I decided to build a 4K gaming rig for gaming with that laptop instead of building a whole nother desktop. And I was like, yeah, it's a laptop, so maybe not be as powerful as a desktop. It's not even, it's so powerful you don't even notice. So my desktop has a 5080, so I got the regular 5080 on this one. But I haven't played any games on my work laptop, my work computer this time around. I used to game on this one. Now I've got a whole separate rig for it. Input lag is bad on FrameGen if you're under 100 frames per second before FrameGen. Yeah, that would also, yeah, that, I've heard that as well. So, but no, I found nothing that was an issue. I just did it to see how high I can go. I don't need to do 4x, FrameGen. 2x was enough to get me like to the refresh rate of the monitor. So. Battlefield 2 was really good. Yeah, Battlefield 2 was pretty good. FrameGen is good when you're already 120 plus. Yeah, that's the thing. When you're already that high, it was almost a flawless experience. So I'm saying like the 5090 is a graphics card that's going to last me for like 5 years. So it was definitely worth the investment. You can buy the graphics card by itself. I think it's like what, maybe $3,000, $3,000 or $4,000 for just the graphics card. I know it's pretty overkill, but I need a 5090 for 4K gaming. It looks like the Asus ROGs, wait, 5090s are like $2,500 now? No, wait, hold on. It depends on which one you get. So the 32 AOS or Asus ROG is 3.8. MSIs is 2,500. So it looks like I'm seeing some prices for some of them ranging between 25 and 4,000. I guess 3,000 is probably the average price I'm seeing. But dude, that graphics card is a monster, like an absolute monster. So save if you're a gamer, save your payouts. Battlefield 3 is your all-time favorite. Battlefield 3 was cool. The problem with the older Battlefields is just dead these days. Nobody, like, there's some communities that run like, private servers and stuff, and they kind of stay alive for like the enthusiasts, but it's all hackers and cheaters, and it's like the glory days, the good ones are over. My favorite was Battlefield 4. That was my favorite of all the BFs. 4 was the best one. Same for Apex. Yeah. Well, you can't run private servers on Apex, I don't think. It's still on the public server. Yeah. Okay. So the rest of the trading day, guys, there's nothing to do. There's literally nothing to do. Breaking through risk interval, nothing to do. I don't do any trades, even though you can see liquidity pocket, right? Which is Rocket Scooter's bread and butter right here. There, and there. It hit 1, 2, 3 scalps, and then the fourth one, it failed. Again, it's a crapshoot in here. It still has the pivots, but it's just too dangerous to come here and try to trade this. You know what I mean? But the best part about my trading strategy is I tell you there's 3 parts to my bootcamp. We teach you trend identification. I teach you risk and position management and position sizing, and I teach you market avoidance. Market avoidance is I have a number where structure is broken. And that number allows me to just get out of the way. Let other people deal with this, not ruin my weekend over this. You know what I mean? You're playing Apex right now with the stream on in the background. Let's go. So the guys in Rocket Scooter, we game a lot together. There's like a whole community of gamers in our Discord. If you guys play games, feel free to come to my Discord and go to the gaming channel, make some friends. Today, we're going to play BF6. Last night, me and 2 of the guys are playing Apex pretty much most of the night. Warzone. I'm not a big Call of Duty fan. Black Ops 6 was my first time to ever play Call of Duty, and then I tried Warzone for a little bit. I wasn't a fan of it. I just didn't like it. For me, the Call of Duty movement always felt so awkward. Like I was a pro Titanfall player, by the way. If you guys, I always still like to brag about the glory days. It's not like an old guy talking about that fish he caught. So I was ranked in the top 20 in the world in Titanfall 1. We had a team. Our team was one of the top 5 in the world as well. I was Diamond 5 for 10 seasons in that game in 2013. And I love movement-based games where there's a skill gap based on movement. I can outmaneuver the person. I'm really quick. I'm really good. Apex, I can do all the movement tricks. Tap strafe, ras strafe, wall bounce, everything. I do all of it, right? So when I play people, it's not just we run up to each other and start firing. I can like strafe midair, bounce off the wall, jump over their head. Like I like playing games like that where there's an obvious skill gap mechanic movement. And Call of Duty was just so even with the Omni movement, it's still so basic. You can just dive on the ground and maybe get a shot off. So I didn't like the reason I like Battlefield is because it's hyper realistic. Call of Duty is like the worst of both of them because it's like it tries to have a little bit of movement, tries to have a little bit of realism, and the overall experience just felt clunky to me. And the fact that you can just mow someone down in a second, it was like, where's the skill here? Battlefield is great because, it's like position skilling and squad skill, and like Apex is like raw dog fighting skill. So I like when I played COD, it didn't connect with me. I played it for a while. I mean, I leveled up pretty hard in Black Ops 6, my first time ever playing it. I think my friends and they got Crimson. I was Onyx, first season it came out, and it was like, it's okay. But I don't know. I just never it never clicked with me. There wasn't enough movement skill gap that caught my interest. And so it was never my game. But Battlefield, that's going to be fun. Y'all want to be traders or gamers? Matt's the only one got time to play. He's put in the work to be a trader. You spend every waking moment in the markets to win at this game. You really do. You really, really, really do. Trading, I spend so much time early on in my career trading to try to get ahead in trading. That's correct. And now we got 15 minutes. I'll probably stream in the afternoon, but I might cut my stream out a little early so we can game. It just sounds pretty cool. Hell, I might even stream gaming. We could try. Would that be fun to stream gaming with you guys? Never really done it before. Talk trading, stream gaming, stream trading, do a little bit of both. I'd have to install everything on this computer, but that would actually be kind of fun. Trading on Monday? Isn't Monday a holiday? Isn't that like Columbus Day? I'm like, there's a holiday Monday, isn't there? Isn't it a holiday or something? Not Columbus Day. Is it Columbus Day? It is Columbus Day. Look at that. Look how good I am at being American. Knowing my American history. It's Columbus Day. That's right. Yeah, I always stream on holidays. I like to take holidays and make them into educational streams. Yeah, futures market is typically open on that holiday half a day and halts and then reopens at market Globex open at 6 p.m. that night. It's a bank holiday, which means futures markets are still open half the day. Chris is saying, I missed his rebuild payment on a $50K core account. Is the account gone or can I recover it? That I'd have to ask MyFundedFutures folks. That I don't know. I don't really know the mechanics of a lot of that stuff. So technically, it's not a work day. It's Columbus found the Caribbean Day. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So boot camp on Monday. No, for holidays, we usually don't have any boot camp or anything on holidays, because holidays is time to you get an extra day off. It should be a day of relaxing. You really should focus on family and taking that time to recover and stuff. Yeah. Columbus was like, all right, boys, we found India. Wait a minute. This doesn't seem right. So I think we should have taken the left turn at Albuquerque. Where are we? I don't know. Let's check it out. Place looks cool. So yeah, so we'll have a holiday on Monday. Now, for the rest of the day, there's really not much else to coach on or talk about. My usual thing is like sit out and just chill. If the market were to ever recover any of this, I can jump back in on the long. I mean, that's always a case, but like chasing shorts and trying to day trade this, do you see how the moment structure was broken? The market just never found its ground. I mean, it's trying to move, but you're getting 782 all the way up to like 899. You're getting 100-point moves in the candle, every 2 minutes. It's not worth taking. I mean, Nasdaq here, 611 to 664, 50-point moves in a single minute. Clearly, if you're forcing yourself to trade at this time, is a terrible idea. And if you do still feel the need to trade or gamble, micros are where it's at. Like, I mean, I'm talking like fractions of micros, like the smallest you can go. This trading is not structured. It's not logic. All of your breakout patterns, your flag patterns, your whatever candles, ICT crap is going to fail. Today, in this moment, nothing's going to work. You're not going to get a clear signal. The market's completely plunged into chaos. There's margin calls left and right. People are trying to make heads or tails out of what's going on, and basically the market's scrambling. The best thing you can do is see it as a trader and avoid it. Remember, anytime the market takes a quick dive, I was in a long, by the way. I bought this dip here. Market made a quick dive to there, and when I see that, I'm like, I'm out. I just pushed the button up, pulled the plug. And then it just did this and this and this. And I'm like, okay, reading the news. What happened? Okay. Oh, Trump and China. Okay. Let me find where that level is. Oh, crap. We're already there. Oh, crap. We're breaking it. All right. This market's doomed. And right here, I decided I'm done. Well, I mean, I made some scalps to prove on the stream that I could still, trade this. And I actually was trading micros, and I made a couple $1,000 trading to that pocket right there. Just trading micros, but just to demonstrate how dangerous it was. Market was falling. I took a long here and then went up there and went there and stopped out of it. But then right here, I decided to throw some micros at it and then making $1,000 just on micros. That's how rapid this was moving. And that was to prove a point, to show people how dangerous it was. I was kind of risking my accounts to teach. But the idea was, you don't need to touch this. And even as the market's moving around, I mean, we've already dropped 50 points in the S&P since I've been here. And I'm taking no risk. The best thing you can do as a trader is not see everything that moves and go like, okay, I need to get in on this. Maybe there's a trade in this for me. Like what we can do is look at this and say, you know what? I can probably just sit out of this and be all right. No position sometimes is a great position, as somebody said in chat. 100% true. No position is a good position. Am I missing out on anything? No, you guys see my P&L every day. I put numbers on the board when the market moves 10 points. I don't need the S&P to drop 250 points for me to make some money, right? Yeah, somebody says flip a coin, make a penny. It's not worth it. Yeah, absolutely not worth it. Tell us about the BDH account. I can't say anything about the BDH account. You'll find out at the end of the day. I can't let people know how far ahead of them I am. I don't want them to know what they need to achieve to win. You're in 69th place, Keith. LOL. I expect no less from you, sir. I can't tell you guys where I'm at. It's a secret. It's a big secret. It's the first rule of Fight Club is you don't reveal your hands on the last day of the competition when it's somewhat. Now, the thing is with this contest, guys, there had to have been somebody who at the last moment was like, F it, full port short, let's go. And that person is now the winner. That person probably started the contest this morning. But the ironic twist is I got in first place with a big YOLO trade on my first trade in this account. So the ironic part is obviously that would be what beats me as well. Some random person out of nowhere dropped it in. You know what I mean? The irony of that couldn't be well written. I would have somebody is like, I am that somebody. Like, I'd have no room to complain about it and say that they completely YOLO'd and won this, because I'm like, well, that's kind of how I got there too. So, but the fun part is it's just a fun competition. Everybody had fun with it. We had fun with it. And that 8th was the entry deadline. Oh, I don't know. Maybe so. But I mean, remember, you have nothing to lose. If you're in last place or 5th place or 20th place, you're like, well, it's all or nothing. And like, usually that's the mentality people have in the last day. It's all or nothing. Yeah. So yeah, they maybe got lucky. I saw the market falling apart. Yeah, I did. This would just be luck, 100% luck. So the winner today will be a luck-based winner, unless nobody timed it right. Like, you wouldn't have had any hint that the market would have done this. So, but we'll see. Lance full ported that thing. Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe he couldn't see it coming. I make good jokes. All right, guys, we got about 7 minutes left. There's really not much to really kind of chat about. Today's market just plowed through all kind of structure. Had Trump not said anything, I was basically longing at the half gap for a nice, clean bull market. And even like that weird selling we experienced all day, it's like people knew what was going to happen. And yeah, so y'all be safe out there. Trading is a little crazy this moment in time. NQ 24604 seems like an old pivot point. Could be so. That hourly chart is crazy. Like, just, I love seeing this chart. I love being so good at trading that I made money. All my trades were clean on the side. Nothing happened during this time. Like, I love being so good that my risk was low. My risk was small, B+ trade. I jumped in with just 2 accounts, and I'm like, let's get those 2 accounts. It fell. I stopped out quick, did the calc, then I waited, then I lost nothing. Scalped a little bit to make back the 2 that were red. They both turned green. That's it. And then I'm done. I did just enough. I'm like, I don't want these accounts to be red. One of them was down about almost $4,000, maybe like 3,500, and I worked it back to being just barely green. It's up $1,000 now. Another one of my accounts is up $600. So I got them green. I'm like, that's cool. That's enough risk for me. But the idea is I know this is where structure falls apart, and I'm on the sidelines. The best thing you can ever do as a trader is to have that much control over your trading that you know when your stuff isn't going to apply, when to get out. And this is the biggest sell-off day that we've had. Literally the biggest sell-off day that we've had in the S&P, 68 to 66. That is almost 200 points. We haven't seen a 200-point drop since days like this. We saw the last time we saw a 200-point drop was here. And maybe 53. Yeah, maybe here too, this day as well. That's the last time we've seen a drop. This is the worst sell-off we've had since March. And I'm on sidelines. And I was longing today. There's levels to this game, guys. Levels to this game. And when you start mastering this game, you're going to realize the part that you've mastered is when not to play the game. That's my final piece of advice for y'all today. Am I going to be streaming this afternoon? Probably for a little bit. And I think we're probably going to just stream and chill for a little bit and then turn it into, end in the stream early to play some Battlefield. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe I might even stream Battlefield with you guys. For funsies. Who knows? How do you know when not to trade? Because of the 2% limit rule. What do you mean by the 2% limit rule? You talking about investing? I had to Google this. The 2% limit rule is a risk management guideline in trading that limits the amount of money risked in a single trade to more than 2% of total trading account equity. Is that what you're talking about? Like textbook sort of don't risk more than 2% on a trade? That's not what day traders really follow. If you mean the limit rule, like the circuit breaker, 7%, Okay. Yeah. So 2% rule is what people always say. Never limit more than 2% on a trade. And equities trading, that's like a rule of thumb. Futures traders, you set your own limit. My limits, I risk at most 12.5% of my account in a single trade. And I don't even try to get that. That's if I hit a risk interval drop and I'm not paying attention. My normal trading is about 3% of my account per trade. That's my normal. And that's pretty just a set standard for myself. The limit rule, so how I handle limit rule, when the market falls 7%, it will halt. Okay, trading will stop for a period of time before they re-gap the market to find liquidity and keep going. And then it gaps and then opens. And then if it hits 13% drop, it'll limit down again. And then if you hit, and when it opens up a third time, and if you hit 20% down, the market closes for the day. So if the market moves 7% and you're trading, you're an absolute degenerate and you're in a bad place. This is 2%, this craziness. First and foremost, when we break through these DD bands, it's like less than 1%. I'm already getting ready to sit out. I'm not really trading a lot on 1% moves. If the market's fallen 2% or more, don't even touch it. Like even the rule of thumb that I teach is that if you're 2% away from the circuit breaker, don't touch it for any reason. It's not worth the risk. And if you're down, if the market's down like outside of these green bands on my screen, I'm not really aggressively trading this at all. I'm only trading small position anyways. If you're close to the circuit breaker, do not, and I mean do not enter a trade. I'm going to give you guys a really valuable lesson before I get out here. See, what happens is that when the market, now 7% is really far away. We're not going to get anywhere close to there today. But when the market is trading and it falls to a circuit breaker, what actually happens there, right? We fall, we hit the 7%. What happens, right? We didn't see circuit breakers during the March crash. The last time that we saw a circuit breaker was in March of 2020 during COVID. There were 3 times it hit. And then before that, the last time we saw a circuit breaker was during the election when Trump got elected. Market dumped, hit a circuit breaker, and then rallied for 5 years. So what happens when you hit a circuit breaker, right, in futures? What you'll see is the chart will actually look like this. It falls and it will sit there. And as time will go by, it'll just sit there. And then you'll see like the occasional bump like this. And then the bump like this. This is the price of S&P futures as an example. It'll look like this. I'm going to go over my time to give you guys this lesson. And then it might do this and then do that. And then it might do that. Like what's going on here, right? What you will notice when a circuit breaker is actually triggered is that this will freeze. And you will see the bid and ask. See how it's jumping around right now. When you hit this part, the bid and ask will look like this, okay? Actually, let me draw it a little bit better. The bid will look like this, and the ask will look like this. And the bid will say like 4, okay? Actually, no, the bid probably, I think the bid actually doesn't say anything, but it has to have something there. And the ask will probably say 32,412, okay? Like, what the hell? And this number is up and down thousands of times, 32, 33, 30, 27, 26, 32. And you're going to see down in here, volume. The price isn't going anywhere. So trading doesn't actually stop in futures overnight. What actually happens is you just can't sell to the bid anymore overnight. You certainly can buy as much of this as you want, and they love for you to buy it. Everybody that wants to sell has to sell as a limit order. And everybody that wants to buy has to buy into that limit and has to buy against the ask. Nobody can submit a market order to sell. If you submit a market order to sell in the time that circuit breaker is triggered, the sell order will get rejected and nothing will happen. You can't sell to the bid. It gets rejected as well. You can't put a limit order to sell below the ask. It gets rejected as well. You want to sell, you got to park it there and hope somebody comes in and starts buying at this. Now, what happens is people are buying at it and buying at it and buying at it. And as soon as this goes to zero, once people have cleared out that order, then it starts to trade a little bit, but then the selling orders pile back on top of it and it goes back to sitting flat. As soon as this gets gobbled up, then the trading resumes. You can buy as much as you want. As soon as you clear out the ask, then trading will resume. That's what happens overnight. Now, what's interesting about a circuit breaker is that the equity circuit breaker actually shuts everything down for a little bit during the daytime. In the daytime, the stock market completely freezes. One of the problems is you can't, the same thing happens during the daytime. If you were to somehow buy right here, like I want a long right there because the market's fallen 7%. Now I'm just going to put a stop right there. And I'm going to YOLO this, whatever, full port. And then what happened one time in my career, and only one time I've ever seen this happen, is that it fell 7%. Market shut down for the amount of time, and then they re-gapped the market. And the gap is the IOP calculation. CME runs this thing that gaps the market when it opens right back up. Okay. And what happened was after the circuit breaker, some time went by, the market gapped again 15% lower. And 13% is the next circuit breaker. And what happened, what you saw on a chart, was a market that did, let me get some clean space and show you. What you actually saw on a chart was a market that went like this. And then you saw that. And then a little bit of time went by, and then you saw this. 0 trades took place between here and the second circuit breaker. And imagine you full ported your long there or whatever, and you had a stop. What happens when the market blasts down there and triggers your stop? Well, a stop loss market order just tells your platform to send a market order to the exchange to get filled by the market makers. However, when it gaps down while your order is in transit, the second circuit breaker is triggered and your market order hits a brick wall and it says order rejected. So your stop doesn't work around a circuit breaker. And the rejection comes back and he says, nope, rejected. And then the market gaps down to here. And in the blink of an eye, your $10,000 brokerage account that you had, in the blink of an eye down here says negative $42,624 or $640. Okay. And then it shut down for 10 minutes. And that is the longest period of your entire life that you will experience, because you will sit there and stare at that negative number and be like, that's got to be a glitch. There's no way my account is negative. Your broker can't close you out because the market's closed. You're stuck. You were literally stuck, waiting and waiting and waiting and dying a little on the inside. And then all of a sudden, the market opens, you're down 33,000, and you're like, oh, thank God. Okay, it's real. Oh, shoot. Maybe the broker will let me get it back. Wait, they closed it out? Wait, it rallied? Wait, buy. Wait, it won't let me buy? What the heck? And then you're like down 32,000. You're like, no, this can't be real. I can't go below 0. And call your broker. Actually, they'll probably call you first. And you'll pick up the phone. And they'll be like, hey, this is so-and-so with TD Ameritrade. And, you know, and you're like, oh my God, my account's negative. Can you help? And they're going to be like, oh man, we're so sorry that happened. You know, it happens sometimes. And you know what? It's okay. It's just a glitch. Get out of jail free card. We'll let you slide this one time. You're totally fine. Let you swipe the trade rings. No, they call you and they go, hey, hey, I need you to stop crying. Hey, listen, look, I got a lot of these calls. I need you to stop crying. Look, I don't, how you feel, fuck you, pay me, okay? Like, just shut up, you pay me. You got 3 days to pay us this money that you owe us, or we're going to send you to collections and ruin your credit and sue you for it, by the way. It's probably like that. They're going to call you and hold your hand. They're going to hear your tears. They got hundreds of those calls to make for the idiots that trade around a circuit breaker. And they're going to basically say, fuck you, pay me. And that's really what it's going to be like. Hold on one second. I got to answer this call. Hold on. These fucking phone calls, dude. They say Memorial Hermann Hospital and you answer and it's some kind of like scam or something. Yeah, when the hospital's calling, you got to answer. If somebody that you know be in the hospital or whatever. But yeah, so your broker will literally call you and probably demand money immediately and say you've got like, till the end of the week to cough up the rest of the money. So when you trade a margin account, you sign a waiver when you sign up for it that says you understand the risk of loss in your account. But did you know that your account can go negative? And when that happens, they put liens on your house, liens on your car. Your life is ruined because of your trade. So I'm going to tell you something. Don't even get close to the market near a circuit breaker. My broker called at that moment in time. That's it said freaking Memorial Hermann Hospital. I get so scared. My parents, you know, like, God, like every day I'm like just praying that my parents are doing okay, you know. These scammers are really bad these days. But anyways, I should have made a joke about it. Like that was my broker call and asked me for money. But yes, your trading account can go negative. When there's a circuit breaker, don't even trade near it. It's only happened once in my career. It gapped down and then the market never traded and it closed a second time. It was 2 back-to-back closes with 0 trades. The pressure was so deep in March of 2020 that it dropped to a second circuit breaker without a single trade. I only imagine that every single person's market stop loss order there got rejected and thousands of accounts went negative just buying the dip at the circuit breaker. So rule of thumb, I've only seen it happen once, but the reward is not worth the risk. The risk is more than what you have. And imagine, you know, having to go into debt because of a single day trade. And imagine, you know, you have liens on all your stuff and things like that. It's that dangerous. A margin account can go negative. And in a normal circumstance in a day trade, and you're not going to really run that risk of going negative. Typically, your brokers or your prop firms will liquidate you before you go under. But you can't guarantee that either. What happens if their system glitches? You go under. You can't just say, well, it's your fault. They can say you signed a waiver. Doesn't matter if it's our fault. It's your account. Well, your trading software didn't work. They're not going to accept your tiers as form of payment. You will owe them that money, or they will go after you and they will win because you signed all those agreements in your account. So remember, don't trade near a circuit breaker. I'm giving you that warning as a 15-year veteran of the market. Don't trade near a circuit breaker. You guys understand? Promise me that you'll do that. The last thing you want to have to do is to go upstairs from your little basement office and explain to your wife how you just fucked up the family for the next 10 years because you wanted to day trade and YOLO the NASDAQ. You guys got it? That's when it's dangerous. Stay away, like very far away. Yeah. At the end of the day, you're on the hook for that money and you can go negative. All right, I'm out. Pronounced mom wrong. Hey, mom. I'm out, guys. We'll see y'all later. Have a good weekend and we'll see y'all on Tuesday. Adios.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.